Two paths before me, both closed like a cage. Mine split open, trapped in separate rage. No clear answer, just smoke and glaze. What's real, what's fake inside this dance? Swallowed contradictions dressed as truth, lost in the paradox of twisted roots. Sun circles round but stands still. Reality bends, breaking my will.
I'm just finishing up some
False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last?
Yeah, I hear something. I hear music. Alright.
Waves of doubt crashing on belief. Answers hidden, buried so deep. Light sneaks through cracks in the dark. Ignite the flame with a single spark. Proof in reality whispers soft, clinging tight before it's lost. Eyes wide open, heart beats fast. Will this struggle ever pass? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? Whoa, will it last? Will it last?
Spin your globe, let it hum. Fingers trace where you're from. Lines so clean, they never bleed. Hold it tight, it's all you need. Don't stare too long, the edges fray. The colors blur, they slip away. Go in pixel, go in peace with your globe. Don't crack the seam, don't chase the shadows that haunt your dream. Spinning it fast, let the truth stay cold. Go in peace with your globe. Two thoughts clash, a spark in the dark. One says stay, one says embark. Pick a side, don't mind the cost. What's the truth if your map is lost? The abyss calls, don't need its gaze. Philosophers fall in its endless maze. Mind unravels, truths collide and bind what's left of you. When you've mapped out, don't dig too deep. The ground's unsure, the fault lines creep. They'll shake your core. Go in peace with your globe, don't crack the seam. Don't chase the shadows that haunt your dreams. Spinning it fast, let the truth stay cold. Go in peace with your globe. Not that you swear, it's never that. Don't weigh their names, don't lay them flat. One's your anchor, one's a fleeting mass. Compare their weight, you'll break the tag. It's calm, it's soft, it's sweet. A cradle song to keep your feet. Why ask why break the spell? The globe's your home, Face the shadows that haunt your dream. Spin it fast, let the truth stay cold. Go in peace. Spin it soft, let it glow. Go in peace. Don't ever know. Go in peace. Do not look, you can't be sure. Your doubt's too strong. Mind sight's a strobe. Go in peace with your globe. Go in peace with your globe.
And yes, we are live. I had a bit of a problem with it at the beginning. It's not doing multi-streaming. I'll sort it out, I think. Welcome. We're a little bit early. You know, other people are doing other things. We're going to be doing what we do. Thanks for joining. Obviously, not many people are going to want to do this. What we were doing and what we have been doing over the past few weeks, months, years, is trying to establish a communication. And I don't know how far I'm going to go. I have to go back. Apparently, I think we have to go back 5 years to the inclusion of the argument into the arena. But tonight, it's just I want to go over a short thing, and now I think this is something that anyone can do. Question you can ask anyone, and the question is, where would you be if the sun was at your zenith at 4 p.m? Simple question. But the reason for that, I'm going to go over. Do this at the beginning so we can get it over with, and perhaps I'll cut it because let me sort the stream out here first for you guys in Discord. As always, if anybody does want to come into the Discord, please feel free, come on in. We'll get a moderator or something to let you in, and you can come and join in the conversation. That's what it's all about. It's all about being able to converse and talk with people. As you'll see, I've been doing it quite a lot recently. Let me I've seen, is that no on screen? Okay, so this is me over at Roger Ledwell's live stream, because I like to go and talk to people, particularly flat earthers, and straight into it. This is a conversation that I had with Roger. Now, I don't know if anybody heard the conversation we had with Flatsoid. This is going to tie into the first part of the conversation that we had with Flatsoid. But bear with us, because we need to go over this bit first. So this is a conversation at Roger Ledwell's Discord live stream to 1 degree, which is a lot more than the globe. Oh, man, I'll go back
when they went down there, they couldn't find a magnetic southern pole neither.
Yeah, and the flat Earth distance to the equator is 6,200 miles, isn't it? 6,210 if you use the 69 miles to 1 degree, which is a lot more than the globe.
Yeah.
So Roger agrees with the distance. I mean, that's not what we're talking about, but obviously we've been trying to talk about these sort of things for quite a while, right? There's a difference between the flat Earth, measured flat equator, Nathan Oakley will tell you, and the globe equator. I've never measured either of them, but these are just things we go off the measured flat distance.
They're hiding a lot more lands, dude. You know that already.
Why do you think they have hiding it, right?
No. The
well, you know where it is. Sorry, yeah, I know.
No,
there's a lot more land on the flat Earth than there is on the globe.
not land. It's more like oceans for the most part. But you know the date line, you actually lose a solid 24 hours there, just because of the time zones and the way they've constructed them. The further south you get, the worse it gets.
You lose
Yeah, because you've
24
got like
hours.
you've already got a bigger equator, haven't you? Where you reach zero in the angle measurement of the light in the sky.
Do you actually think the sun makes a full just perfect circle in its circuit? Do you think it
It's
goes
making
just?
clockwise circles at the minute.
Yeah, but it's not in the same position that for
Observable.
everybody neither. Yeah, and I did this the other day. I went out at like 4 o'clock noon and I took a picture of the sun. Guess where it was at 4 o'clock?
In the sky.
Dead straight above me, dude. Right above
What?
me.
At your zenith?
Yes, at 4 o'clock in the
tall?
afternoon. Yep.
So there's the answer to the question. Where would you be at 4 p.m. if the sun was at your zenith? Just go over it once more. There we go. Listen.
The further south you get, the worse it gets.
Yeah, because you've already got a bigger equator, haven't you? Where you reach zero in the angle measurement of the light in the sky.
Do you actually think the sun makes a full just perfect circle in its circuit? Do you think
It's
it goes
making
just?
clockwise circles at the minute.
Yeah, but it's not in the same position that for
Observable.
everybody neither. Yeah, and I did this the other day. I went out at like 4 o'clock noon and I took a picture of the sun. Guess where it was at 4 o'clock?
In the sky.
Dead straight above me, dude. Right above
What?
me.
At your zenith?
Yes, at 4 o'clock in
It's
the
tall.
afternoon. Yep.
I'm not too sure about that, Roger.
I'm positive,
are you sure?
dude. Yep.
The sun
that how
was
they
at
get
your
the
zenith
analemma?
at 4 o'clock.
That's weird, ain't it?
Weird, ain't it? Isn't that weird? Anyone else know in the chat? Anybody heard that? Because you will have heard me asking
Did you say
Flatsoid this question.
4 o'clock. 4
p.m.
You
noon.
said 4 o'clock noon.
Yeah.
That's a strange phrase.
Yeah. As opposed to 4 o'clock midnight. I suppose. To differentiate the two. 4 o'clocks. I don't know. So, the question is, why did Roger give up that information? For what purpose? Anyone? Like, of reason and consequent. Like, if the consequent was him saying it, is there any reason we can attach to it? And if that's the reason for him saying that, is there any consequent that we can glean from it? Because I think there is a consequent that you can glean from that, mainly about Roger's state of mind. But I'm more interested in placing that as the consequent and knowing why did Roger offer that information up? What came into his head, to tell me that? I mean, has he been telling Flatsoid and the gang and they've just ignored him? So he had to sort of tell somebody? It's hard to tell because Roger's blocked and banned me now from his thing. So there's this is the final conversation that there is ever going to be between me and Roger. I know it's a shame. I do like to try and talk to people. But I tried to talk to Ironworks as well. I've got a recording of that. I was advised to go and talk to him. But it seems like they are a little bit harder to talk to. Now, there is a bit more. I'll play this out a little bit more for this. And yeah,
So
we'll get into the next.
I think the clocks are all fucked up with Greenwich time, dude, to be honest with you. So we base all of that, all the where the sun is by Greenwich, right? That's the starting point.
You think
The
it would
kingdom
have had a
is.
well? It would have cast
Again?
a shadow.
I didn't see any shadows at all when I was out. That on After I got off work, actually, I took a picture of the sun at its zenith.
4 o'clock, you didn't see a shadow.
Not on my car and my parking lot where I was at. No.
There wasn't even a shadow under his car, or like on his car. I don't know if that's how shadows work. The shadow would have been under his car, surely. Even when the sun was at zenith, there would have been a shadow under his car, would there not? Rogers, no shadow. No shadow. It'll all have to be confirmed by Roger. Roger's the guy that the flat earthers are trusting, Flatsoid gang. They're trusting to go to observe the sun circles. So a little bit more.
But if you go further off from it, you would. Yeah.
I'll go back and do that again.
I didn't see any shadows at all when I was out. After I got off work, actually, I took a picture of the sun at its zenith.
4 o'clock, you didn't see a shadow.
Not on my car and my parking lot where I was at. No. But if you go further off from it, you would. Yeah. It's a local sun, Beth.
Derived by
the real world
mathematical
observations
measurement?
that flat Earth.
No, it's just by the lights that it puts off, dude. There's so many things that are wrong with the globe model itself. So
Rogers derived a local sun, but not through mathematical means because of the lights it gives off.
It was Walmart local.
Yeah. With no shadow, even under his car. And that sort of falsifies the globe, right? Because that wouldn't fit the globe model, right? Would it? Couldn't fit the globe model. Couldn't fit the reality model either. But it's Roger Ledwell. Now, I'll get a little bit more.
you know that already. You know the dogmatic globe that you like to talk about.
Can't you triangulate the crepuscular rays anyway and then show that it's local?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You get those
Yeah.
all the time. I get those like
Triangulate the crepuscular rays. Can't you just triangulate the crepuscular rays, Roger? Show that it's local? Well, Roger says yes, you can. Triangulate light. When we know you can't actually. I don't know whether I get to say that.
at least once a week I'll get like a solid day where you get enough cloud cover to get a crepuscular ray. It actually you could triangulate each one of those. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That don't work on a globe.
Can't explain. I didn't ignore it. I tested it. I went down, took action. I went to Antarctica, watched the 24-hour sun with my own eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA. It wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun that he got from a Microsoft whistleblower. It's not hearsay. It's a real observation, 100% above board, despite what you hear from all the great flat Earth researchers. And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and explains and matches reality exactly. And it sure as hell isn't the flat model. I thought people would be adults and we would say we were wrong when the evidence was dropped in our lap.
Now he's not telling you though.
Paul,
His
Patricia.
flat model is the azimuthal Gleason's
Yeah,
map.
the AE map.
Yeah, it's not a model, by the way. It's a map.
Isn't
It has a
that just the
calculator.
sun circling a north center point? That's the model that most people have, right?
Well, it's got a center point, but the pattern isn't a full circle. It's like an oblong egg kind of circle.
So this is Roger explaining. I mean, he wasn't over there at Flatsoid, which is what we're going to get over to in a bit. But just to highlight the point of Roger and the sun circles that Jaren is going to go and well, Jaren's witnessed it. Perhaps we should leave this for another one, right? just deal with the 4 p.m. sun, and we can come back to this at some other time, right? Okay, let me just swap back to Discord for a minute. Swap these streams over, right? So let me just this is a flattoid stream from flattoid stream from last night. This is. Oh, sorry, you guys in Discord need it changing as well, don't you? As always, come on into Discord if you want to come and join in with this. There you go, right. So, we've just heard Roger Ledwell tell us about, I don't want to dox him. If anybody does know where the sun is at its zenith at 4 p.m, I don't want to dox Roger Ledwell, right? But I mean, he gave this information away.
He did have 666 in his phone number.
Yeah. He did offer up this information. So by finding out where the sun is at zenith at 4 p.m,
Yep.
you might find out where Roger Ledwell lives. But that's not the intention of what we're going over here, right? So this is a further continuance of me now going to Flatsoid and the guys. I don't know whether Roger Ledwell, I think he might have been working. It might have been like within his shift time. He hadn't finished his shift at 4 p.m. So this is
already existing
what's that
argument
sound like?
with something else.
Yeah. Tell you to
Sound
shut up
good?
and never shut up himself.
That's quite crazy. Yeah. Anyway, Aldebar is also in, but Viv, you have a question for anybody on the panel?
I have a
Yeah. Sure, Luca. I've got a few. But the main one is where would you be if you were to observe the sun at zenith at 4 p.m?
What location?
Yeah, that's the question. What
And
location?
What day?
What day?
Wouldn't you have to assume the surface you're standing on first? I mean, you're not giving any
Well,
real
what day?
parameters.
But the point is what.
See, now the point of this question, right? Because I have been asking people this question, and I thank Roger Ledwell for it. Where would you be at 4 p.m. if the sun was at your zenith, above your head, directly above your head at 4 p.m? Where would you be? And I think there's a few cognitive things that have to occur within this, and reliving this, going over it, is quite interesting. So, if you listen, question has been asked. At zenith at 4 p.m.
What location?
Flatsoid repeats at what location, as if to try a subversal. Right? The very question that I've asked him, he reverses, asks me. But I mean, ECV that, right? We'll let it go. Next one. Yeah, that's the question. What location?
What day?
What day? Right? I bet if you had a clipboard for responses, what day would be pretty low down on replies. And next one.
Wouldn't you have to assume the surface you're standing on first? I mean, you're not giving any
Well,
real
what day?
parameters.
So wouldn't you have to assume what surface you're standing on? The ground? Think? Don't know. Rather strange responses, those two. I will give you that, right? But, I mean, it's a question, right? You have context of somebody saying this, and I'm just asking them if they would know where you would be in order for you to be able to say this. And here we go.
But the point is, what day?
Where does this occur at?
Flat-side, obviously, in a state of confusion. Doesn't quite know what's going on. Doesn't know why I've asked that question. I've asked that question because I think it's a valuable lesson for people to be listening to.
Yeah.
Well, it was the other day is when I heard about this. You've just heard about it.
You have
It's
to give
just
more
a-
information. Yeah, you have
No,
to
it's
give more
just to
information.
check your mental acuity, right?
You're gonna have to give more information.
No, that's the question. The question is, where would you be if at 4 p.m. the sun was at your zenith?
You'll be at its nadir. You'll be directly underneath it.
So you'd be directly underneath it, says Flatsoid. Not a typical response, I will grant you that. But I mean, I don't know what other people. I definitely didn't say that I would be underneath it. Interesting. He's thinking. But you don't know where, a location. I don't want to.
You haven't given enough data. You haven't
It's
given any
about
data.
3 o'clock and the sun is about 87 degrees to my west.
Nowhere near is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Unless he's talking about he's on the ball or something.
Well, he's just outside of his Walmart, I presume. He's just finished his
Oh,
shift
okay.
at Walmart.
Oh my gosh, I'm walking through the Lowe's parking lot, shopping mall. But I'm like the furthest west. Well, not the furthest. I'm heading west, where I'm at.
Yeah,
So,
I think he lives near Will Duffy and Will Duffy's church somewhere. Roger.
well, they're in the States or they're out of the States.
No, he's in the States. I think it's Colorado somewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's west. That's west of me. So, northwest of me, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in New York.
Rogers observed the sun at zenith at 4 p.m. One day last month. He's got a picture of it.
That conversation last night was great.
Yeah, that's what we were going over here now.
Oh yeah, that was great. I'm like, wow, that exposed a lot.
Yeah, it gets better.
That exposed it. Oh yeah, does it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess.
So this
I
is.
sit back and I wait.
Have you heard? Did you hear the Roger conversation that we had the other day, where I asked
at the end of who was that you were speaking to at the end of Flatzoid yesterday?
Oh, that was Sov. We had a conversation with
Right.
Sov at the end of yesterday.
But he was agreeing too.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's
Yeah.
about, isn't it? About people agreeing with other people.
Yeah, it's a good thing because he's at least trying to tell the truth. Yeah, trying to tell the truth. Flazoid was kind of like stuck.
Are you listening in? I've got a video playing. Right, I'm going
Oh no,
over.
I didn't mean to hear the video.
Yeah,
All right, let me go. Let me get out. Let me get out. I'll go watch it. All right.
Yeah. All right. So we're going over the video of Flatzoid. Flatzoid's obviously struggling here because I've asked him a question about the sun at zenith at 4 p.m. You can see it in his face. He's struggling.
You haven't given a day. You haven't given a time of year. You haven't given a month. You haven't given nothing. You just said.
Yeah. 4
What
PM.
location would you be 4 o'clock if it's on zenith?
Yeah. 4
above your head.
PM.
It's just
Are
where
you
you
saying
imagine you'd be.
Yeah, there we go, Alderman.
Yeah, where do you think?
He thought you was supporting him. It's like, yeah. It's just wherever you imagine you want to be. Yeah, thanks, Elder Bear. I'll use that. No, I don't think that was the way it was meant. But he's happier now. He's smiling a bit.
Where do you think you'd be
Underneath.
if the sun was at your zenith at 4 p.m.?
You wouldn't
be
be
underneath.
anywhere on Earth.
You what?
It's
You wouldn't be
4 o'clock
anywhere.
everywhere.
It doesn't do that.
At some point, when he talks
Where does
about
it do that at? It doesn't do that.
At 4 p.m. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At 4 p.m.
4
exactly.
is
It's at noon.
listed by
Only at noon
the
is
sun.
directly above. There we go. That's good thinking. So I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, you said 4 p.m. correct?
So Flatsoid wasn't thinking about it until Sov said something. Now remember, this information has come from one of the panel members of Flatsoid and Sov. We just listened to him saying it. Like I said, I was wondering why he said it in the first place. Why Roger said it. And why he was telling me. I don't know. You'd have thought he'd have told Flatsoid and Sov about it. Not just somebody like me going over to his channel. Because he's banned me. And if he's willing to tell me and he's banned me, why has he not told Flatsoid or Sov? All of these people seem completely unaware of Roger's discovery. They sort of seem to be saying it wouldn't happen. Sov's just reminded Flatsoid. Yes.
So then it won't be, yeah. It can only be at noon, right above.
Okay.
So I
Well,
agree with
okay.
Sov there. Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I was more or less
Noon
trying to
is
think of,
marked by
what time of year it is.
Yeah, noon.
See, so he's telling you about this mental process that goes on. When people ask questions, sometimes it's to spark that mental process. And he originally wasn't thinking of that. But when Sov reminded him of something, now he is thinking of it. But really, could he just be taking his cues from Sov? How do you know that Flatsoid is actually thinking that?
I think
and he's
he's
not just copying what Sov said. Go on. Oh, is that?
Yeah, I think he's, you have a particular effect on them. So
Is he breaking up for me? Is that Discord?
I think he kind of thinks, should I know this, or is this some kind of gotcha trick? He's kind of a bit defensive about making any commitment to anything. And then when Sov makes a commitment, he feels better that somebody's said something that's, you think, oh, it's Sov. He's breaking up or something. Yeah. Hang on,
No, you're back now. It's okay now, I think. Sounded like you were in and out.
Yeah, lost connection, I think. You can hear me now.
Yeah. Is it all right for everyone else? What's it sound like on the
I think
YouTube's? Go on.
A strange internet.
Does it sound like in Discord? Is it all breaking up? Do we need to reset anything?
A little bit, but he seems to be okay now.
Okay, was it sound all right on the YouTubes? I know everybody else is bothered about the things. This is only the arguments. Is everyone all right? Can we hear everyone? Sound check. Should I just play the video for a bit? Yeah, I'm not too sure whether Discord's actually working or not. I'll play this for a bit more.
Noon is demarked by the zenith. That's, that's what we mark noon by, man.
It's very clever, that's Sov. Well done. Do you talk much about that sort of stuff within your circle?
What do you mean?
Well, like give each other those sort of challenges.
Well,
to test each other.
Though.
What would you say to somebody who was trying to tell you that the sun was at their zenith at 4 p.m.?
I'll tell them to prove
their watch is wrong.
I tell them to prove it.
I would tell them their watch is broken.
What about if their shift ended at 4 p.m., say? Just as a...
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they had photographic evidence.
Yeah.
They have photographic evidence. How do you capture time in a photograph?
You guys have this photographic evidence.
I heard it too.
I mean, there's all these what ifs, and Wesley likes to grab onto these what ifs all the time, and it goes right back to what if a bullfrog had wings? He wouldn't bump his ass all the time, right? Well,
what do you actually know about the sun?
What do I know about the sun? I know that it's in the sky.
Yeah.
That it goes in a circuit. It gets closer and near. It gets closer and further back and forth between the north and the south. Outside of that, we don't know anything about it.
Does it go from east to west?
How do you know? How do you know?
Does it go from east to west on the circuit?
Always, of course, always.
But aren't east and west?
How do you know it goes in a circuit?
Directions on the circuit.
It's always east to west.
Yeah, but aren't east and west opposite directions of the circuit?
No. They're clockwise and counterclockwise rotations over the surface of the Earth.
Right. Here we go. Here's the first point. So we've brushed over the 4 p.m. sun at zenith. Right, Roger? So it's up to Roger to prove that to Flatsoid and Sov. Like I said, it was unbelievable. But I am curious to see how the question is received by people. How, where would you be if the sun was at 4 p.m. at your zenith? There's a massive conversation, I think, to talk about modern society and the use of logic and what people have been taught and how people understand time zones, all of that sort of stuff. Because we're in an arena where you'd expect people to at least have an insight into the understanding of the time zones and all of that sort of stuff. Most of the people I've talked to do have an understanding of that. So the 4 p.m. question, 4 p.m. zenith. Zenithal sun at 4 p.m. One to watch out for. But we quite quickly in this conversation turned into the sun circles. Now, there was a social experiment that occurred about 6 months ago, where a fella called Will Duffy decided to take a guy called Jaron, who was a flat earther and his friend, to Antarctica to see the sun circle that would falsify the model that he had, and it worked. A treat. false dichotomy and everything. But Sov here, Flatzoid's panel member, it's quite hard to get them to talk about these sort of things. And there's a lot of, I don't know, there's going to happen to be a load of messing about with the sun circles, but just go over that again. Listen to what Sov says here. Git.
Always, of course, always.
But aren't east and west
How do you know it goes in a circuit?
directions on the circuit?
It's always east to west.
Yeah, but aren't east and west opposite directions of the circuit?
No. They're clockwise and counterclockwise rotations over the surface of the Earth.
So clockwise and counterclockwise rotations over the surface of the Earth. That's two different rotations. One's clockwise, the other one's counterclockwise. Two opposite directions. Now, Flatzoids didn't say that east and west were opposite directions of these circles. Flatzoid said no. So Flatzoid must think half of the circle is east and the other half of the circle is west, I presume. But, I mean, that's a very limited mathematical understanding because there's no beginning and end of the circle. That's why there is a problem with placing east and west on the circle. They're not cardinal directions at the point that the circle arrives. They just turn into rotations. And that causes problems. We told Jaren 2 years ago. And we're sort of trying to tell the flat earthers, or we have been trying to tell the flat earthers this. Me personally, ever since the measured angle. The angle that Nathan derived from 10th Man. The angle that you can do fuck all with. Causes problems with this circle. So, if you've got a sun circle, then how can the sun go from east to west? I will say this a few times, but it is quite simple. The sun only goes from east to west because it rises in the east and sets in the west. You can then draw a line from the point it rose to the point it set and call that a straight line from east to west. You can then make a perpendicular to it and call that north and south. That's what we do in reality. They're the cardinal directions, and that's how it works. Now, if you have a circle, it doesn't rise and it doesn't set. So where do you place east and where do you place west in that scenario? Well, the answer is you don't. And that's one of the problems of the circle that Sov has just... I'll do another J. Yeah, but aren't east and west opposite directions of the circle?
No. They're clockwise and counterclockwise rotations over the surface of the Earth.
So no, says Flatzoid, and Sov says they're clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations. So he did seem to say that yes, they were, whilst Flatzoid said no. So there's a contradiction right there now. Flatzoid and Sov at that moment have got contradictory opinions about this very thing. The Globe guys used to do this. It's because they don't talk about their model and they've made it up. Each of them have a different understanding of their own model. So how does it go from east to west? Is that when it goes from
Rises in the east and sets in
clockwise
west.
circles to anti-clockwise?
Well, if you were looking down at it, the sun would be coming from the right and going in a clockwise. You know, the clock was.
If you're looking down on it, the sun would be coming from the right. Anyone? When's the last time you looked down on the sun? Anyone? Sov apparently wants you to place yourself in that position, looking down on it.
It's designed after the sun.
When do you look down on it, on the sun?
Hour.
When?
Wait, you're doing a Wesley. You're doing a Wesley on me.
Yeah, but when do you actually do that? Look down upon the sun.
Okay? Well, you're looking up at it. It's still going east to west, isn't it?
Clockwise or
Is
anti-clockwise?
there somewhere in the world that the sun rises in the west?
Nowhere.
Sov, you just said that east and west were clockwise and anti-clockwise.
That's correct.
Right, so again, he said that one is clockwise, the other one is anti-clockwise. Right? So you might be thinking the same sort of thing, right? You're trying to work it out right now. How does the sun go from east to west if east is a clockwise circle and west is an anti-clockwise circle? At what point does the sun start circling the other way for it to go from east to west? Or are we going to admit that in the case of the sun circles, saying the sun goes from east to west is nonsense? Can we admit that at least? And then we're not putting nonsense statements into people's heads. Would be a good way of dealing with this, I think. The adult way to talk about it. But it's obviously difficult. Difficult to approach that, because when you do mention sun circles, the clockwise and anti-clockwise sun circles, these guys will use as a response, the sun goes from east to west, which is a nonsense, because one's clockwise and the other one's counterclockwise, or east and west are cardinal directions. You've got to try and make your mind up how you want to portray these things. So when does the sun go from anti-clockwise to clockwise? When does that happen?
When you're standing under it or above it, looking at it. It depends on your view.
I'm saying.
East to
when are you
west.
standing above it?
the sun? When's that happen?
Well, it depends on your orientation.
Depends on your orientation. Whether you're above or below the sun. Anyone? What orientation do you have to be in to be under the sun? And what orientation do you have to be looking down on the sun? I know it's a challenging question, the sun circles, right?
Still be
I'd say you'd have to be God to look down on the sun, but that's just me.
Yeah.
West.
Sounds like a globe, Sov.
It sounds like a globe. How does that sound like a globe? How do circles?
Is that anti-clockwise or clockwise when you're standing above the sun?
It never goes. No, it depends on your orientation to it. If I'm standing on, listen to me.
I'm in. Right. So obviously, things get a little bit fraught now because we're dealing with fractured minds. There's a problem that they should have talked about at some point, right? I think everybody should have talked about these sort of things. I know we do in the Discord. If anybody does want to come in, talk about these sort of things, they are challenging issues. You will see the problems that are arisen from people not talking about these things. In the
If
center
I'm
of the sun
listen
circle,
to
normally.
me. If I'm standing on a roadway that is going north to south, okay.
Right. So this is one of the things I think that always challenges. We've just been talking about the sun circles, and he's just been talking about the sun circles going clockwise and anti-clockwise. But now, in his demonstration, he's going to get a straight line. Now, I don't know whether the straight line is some sort of a representation of the circle that we've just been talking about, or some sort of a representation of what's going on in his mind that he doesn't really have the rhetoric for. But this is how he chooses to explain the fact that the sun circles go from east to west, as he says, but he thinks east and west are clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations. Explanation, please, Sov.
Okay. If I'm standing on
straight
the
line.
west side of that road, north is to my left. And a car going north will be going from my right to my left. Now, if I go stand on the other side of the road and observe the same car go by that is still going north, it's now going to go from my left to my right. It's about
But the sun is going in the same direction all the
all
time.
the time.
While you
all
talked
the
about
time.
that.
Always east to west.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen it? A 24-hour sun
No,
yourself?
no one has. Except in
So
the
how
north.
do you know it
The only
exists?
place anybody's ever seen it.
How do you know it exists?
What do you mean? How do I know it exists?
Well, you said it was a circuit. So how would you know it was a circuit if you hadn't actually seen it?
Are you
Okay.
suggesting
It's just a
are you
belief of yours.
suggesting
Just a
that the
belief.
sun physically lands someplace?
Can I ask a question? Does the sun move?
That's why I said, what do you know about it?
Does the sun move directly overhead of you at the equator?
Interesting that Flatsoid does this, right? Flatsoid's question is, does the sun go directly overhead of you at the equator? We say, yeah, certain time of year, right? Yes, in a straight line, east to west, over your head.
I've never been to the equator, but I've heard it said so, in a straight line from
There's
east to
reports
west.
of it being directly overhead at 4 p.m. as well.
Where?
Yeah, as well. I was in America, I
Yeah,
think.
somewhere.
What latitude?
Somewhere near Will Duffy's church. That's as far as I know.
Yeah, not far from maybe it was a
Roger
biblical thing
Roger then can tell
at
us.
the time.
Roger, because he lives close to there.
Roger
Have you
does.
ever
Yeah,
seen
where's
the sun
Roger?
at
Does
4
he know?
p.m. At 4 p.m. at zenith?
Yeah.
Roger. Yeah. So Flatsoid's asking Roger now. Has Roger ever seen the sun at 4 p.m.? Now, I don't know whether Roger's listening. I doubt it. Right, Roger? Or any of the, the people at Flatsoids. Or, any of the Roger Ledwell massive crew. Send a message out to it. Have you ever seen that? Has Roger ever seen it?
I highly doubt it.
Is Roger about anywhere?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
in
in
the
chat.
chat. He's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Telling
Oh,
everybody
come on,
to keep
Roger.
us out.
He's at work. I think he's working at this time. So he might be at work.
He's in Colorado, correct?
Colorado. Yep. He was in the chat telling everyone
Colorado.
to kick us out.
Yes, Colorado. Okay.
So which way does the sun go in where you live, Flatsoid?
Always east to west.
Yeah, but is that an east to
Yeah, but
west
if you're watching the sun,
anti-clockwise
if
or
you're
an
watching
east to west
Colorado is 39.5 degrees north and 105.7 degrees west.
There you go. What about that? What about if you saw the sun there at 4 p.m. in the afternoon at your zenith?
You're never going to happen.
You never.
Where are you getting this weirdness from? Where are you, this 4 p.m. zenith shit? Where did that come from?
Yeah, where did it come from? I don't want to cast any aspersions on these people, but I mean, we did just hear Roger saying it. But I don't think they'll listen anyway. I mean, they're not really that bothered about how to formulate, arguments and, stating challenges for each other about 4 p.m. zenithal sun. I mean, crazy, but
It's been observed.
yeah.
It's
And
been
it's not a
observed.
glow.
We were told.
And it's not
Somebody
a glow.
told me the other day. I think
Hey?
they might have been taking the piss, right? But I mean, it might have
Maybe.
been
Yes,
Maybe they
serious.
tried to do it so we get here and look silly. We don't want to look silly. Maybe that's what it was
There
for.
was no shadow under his car, even.
Okay, so
Right.
Colorado is way above the equator, okay? Correct?
That might be why it needed to be 4
You're
p.m.
never going to see the sun directly
You're
above
never
you.
going to have it directly above you. That's the point.
The
If
only
you were
place
looking
you're
at
ever
the,
going to see it directly above you is between
Is
the
the equator.
tropics.
so
and
when
at
you were
the
looking at the
equator.
sun, Flatsoid, when you were looking at the sun, all right, and you
Mhm.
put your arm out where it rises, and you
See,
follow
Roger
it
says
through
there
the
in the
day,
chat, Black Droid. Only
which
one day
direction do
last
you
month.
turn in to follow the path of the sun?
What do you mean? It's always
When
east to west.
when you were on holiday on your roof of your little apartment there with you, and you were
I look
observing the
east,
sun for
southeast,
everybody,
yeah?
where
I look southeast.
it rose somewhere in the sky, right?
Yeah, southeast, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. And when it set,
Sets in the west.
in which direction would you have to rotate to follow that sun's direction, the path of the sun?
It sets in the west, opposite.
No, I'm
So it
asking
literally had
you,
to
when
come
you
up.
look at the sun,
If I'm looking directly east, like with the sun, how does it had to come up, and then I have to turn around, and it would set the opposite direction.
oh, yeah. So you
East
turn
to west.
anti-clockwise.
I didn't turn any. I
So
turned
you turned
180 I turned
anti-clockwise.
180
You just did
degrees.
it.
No,
You just
See, I never saw that, but it went straight over his head. He must be near the equator, is he? Flatsoid. Because the
No,
way
he said he's not.
well, he did just
he's
say
not.
there it went straight over his head. He's not rotating. It went straight over his head, and then he turned and watched it go down. So there was no rotation from
I think he's
Flatsoid.
just
if
trying
you
to
watched
avoid.
it. I know, yeah, but I mean that's not what he just said, though, right? He showed there that the sun
Well, he
went
did
over his head and he
automatically go-
turned.
Yeah, and he automatically turned that way. It was, like you, like you would.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
So
don't know
that
why he
sort of
doesn't
says,
want to
yeah,
say
that-
he's turning from right to left or from left to right. I mean, it's not hard to say, and it is something that you do observe in reality. So, like, why should anybody be bothered about saying something that does actually happen in reality?
I mean, everybody's done the same thing when we've asked them that question. If we ask about, which way do you turn to follow the path of the sun, they all say east to west.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody wants to, I don't know what it is, that nobody really wants to address that question about which way you're turning to follow the sun through the day. Don't know what it is about it. It's
Well,
really
I don't
strange.
think, I personally don't think east or west has any bearing to the sun at all. But that's just a personal opinion. Other than the fact that people say the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, there's nothing else to that statement, right? And obviously, if the sun doesn't rise or set, then to me, I can't relate that statement to what the sun does. So it doesn't mean anything to me. I don't relate it to that. But people do, right? These guys obviously have got a massive link when they say the sun goes from east to west. But me personally, I don't think it means anything. Anyone else got any other like, can somebody else link me to the sun and east and west other than the fact that people say the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, as a general term. No. It might just be me. As it with all of these things, the arguments and all of that, it might just be me.
Just did it.
I
Flat
turned
side. You
180
just did it.
degrees. I didn't turn clockwise.
Do it again. Do it again. Go on. Do it
Let's turn
again.
the other way. Ooh.
That's it.
Wait,
East
Yeah,
to
but
do
what
the
about the
same,
sun?
but
The
the other
path of the... So are you
So he went from east to west there by turning a half rotation and then returning back again. So he was rotating clockwise and then anti-clockwise. What's what he must mean from east to west. Clockwise, anti-clockwise. Doesn't matter which way round you go. It's all from east to west, I think, in Flatzoid's mind.
on the equator?
No, I'm not directly on the equator.
So how does the sun go right
I'm just
above
under
you
the
then?
equator. It doesn't go directly above me. I
Which
never claimed
direction
it.
do you
Not
look at
even
the
at
sun
4
when it...
o'clock. What about at 2 o'clock?
Okay, let me try and make it very clear for you. The only
Right,
people
Flatzoid,
that see the
Flatzoid. You've
sun,
Flatzoid, hang on.
that's
Flatzoid. Never
Sov was laughing then. Did you see that? He got the joke. Watch that again.
do it again. Go on. Do it
Let's turn
again.
the other way. Ooh. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna do
what
the
about the
same,
sun?
but
The
the other
path
way.
of the... So are you on the equator?
No, I'm not directly on the equator.
So how does the sun go right
I'm just
above
under
you
the
then?
equator. It doesn't go directly above me. I
Which
never claimed
direction
it.
do you
Not
look at
even
the
at
sun
4
when it...
o'clock. What about at 2 o'clock?
Okay, let me try and make it very clear for you. The only
Right,
people
Flatzoid,
that see the
Flatzoid. You've
sun,
Flatzoid, hang on.
that's
Flatzoid. You've never seen a 24-hour...
No.
No, you've only ever seen an arc of a sun.
Yeah.
What do you mean arc of the sun? The sun
Oh,
takes
my-
the same
It rises somewhere and it sets somewhere
east
in an
and
arc.
Yeah.
west.
In an arc.
Okay.
Well,
It
we live in a
appears that
three-dimensional world.
It only
Okay,
appears to be
so
an arc.
which...
Look, did Flatzoid? Did you hear that?
Yeah, 3-dimensional.
No.
Conveniently.
No, listen.
It rises somewhere and it sets somewhere
East
in an
and
arc.
Yeah.
west.
In an arc.
Okay.
Well,
It
we live in a
appears that
three-dimensional world.
It only
Okay.
appears
I thought he said 2.
Three-dimensional realm.
Three-dimensional realm.
Yeah, yeah.
to be
So
an arc.
which
I said
which
I said
direction are
conveniently,
you
Yeah.
facing?
right? Because now it's
when you
3
face
dimensions.
Yeah.
the arc of the sun throughout your day?
East, west.
No, which way are you facing? Is it to
East, west.
is it the south of...
It depends on what time of the year and where I am on the
Got a
location.
picture for you.
Do you
Well,
feel
where
more
I
like
where
you
I
do
am,
now?
where I am,
Down
right?
here?
Where I am in the UK.
You're in Britain,
All right.
in the UK.
Where I
yeah.
am in the UK, I mean now it's more northeast.
You should sit southeast then.
Sure.
No, I'm facing south. I
Okay.
face south when the sun takes its arc throughout the day.
Okay.
But that
All right,
it
it goes to
rises
my
southeast.
left-hand
Wait,
side.
wait.
And I
So
never get
it-
any
it
of
rises,
this sort
it-
of stuff.
It rises now. It's a bit further around. It's rising northeast,
Mhm.
But
and
still,
then
you
it's making a longer arc.
Mhm.
All right,
fascinating.
because we're at that time of the year. It's getting nearly circular.
Do you know that arc is only an
But
arc of
generally-
vision?
Generally, the sun rises in the east, which is to my left, and I face the south, and the sun will arc across the sky and set in the west. But it's
Oh dear.
Sounds like he's cutting off.
Yeah. Connection. Yeah, sounds like he's gone. He'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. So that arc is only an apparent arc. It's not really an arc.
an actual.
It's only an arc.
Yeah,
of-
it's not a
of-
physical
of-
one. Yeah.
You know, I wanted to give
So, here's a problem I'm having with Sov. Because he has just said that the sun goes on a circular path. But he said it's only an apparent arc. So is it a circular path with an apparent arc? Or a straight line with an apparent circular nature to it? I don't know. I don't know what Sob's trying to get at here. They do sound like they're contradicting their own understanding. But I mean, it is quite hard to explain, to find the rhetoric for this stuff, which I think is why we should be talking about it.
Actual, how can I say? Let's place this on a kind of role play system. If you see a plane fly overhead, okay,
Why can't you just do it with the sun? You did a video of it, man. You did a video of the sun.
No, wait, Alderbear. Directly look at the sun.
Right, so Sov wants to put a road and you to stand on either side of the road as an analogy to talk about the sun circles. And now Flatsoid wants you to get on a plane and look at the sun.
Coming and he's flying ahead of you. Okay, you would agree
No,
that
no,
you
it
can
doesn't.
Look,
The plane.
Listen,
over my
you,
zenith.
Can you shut up for 2 seconds? I can talk.
No, he can't.
Okay.
Shush.
So,
Don't have to talk you, Sob. You shut up.
So we see a plane directly in front of you come fly. So you can just lift your head and you can see it directly. You can turn around and you see it. Okay. Now the same plane, but someone else is, let's say, 100 kilometers that way. And they see now it's coming still east to west, but they have to look at a northeasterly direction to see the sun come up. Correct? So when they turn around, it seems to have set in a southwesterly direction. It has an apparent arc. It hasn't an actual arc. So let's do another one where the other person standing 100 kilometers the other way and looking at the plane come this way.
I'm only asking you. I'm only asking you. You can't even tell me about your experience.
And then apparently, when they see it, it will set northwest. Why?
What's your experience, Flatsoid? That's the question.
This is my
Not some
experience.
fictional person with an
how the
aeroplane.
sun literally rises and sets and why it has an arc.
All right, so if I face north, the sun is behind me and I can't see the arc of the sun. Which direction do you face during the day where the sun would be behind you arcing and you wouldn't see the arc of the sun?
The sun always rises in the east and sets in the west.
No, I'm not asking you that. Listen, are you stupid?
He said the sun would always rise in the east and set in the west, but that's okay until you see the sun circles. Because the moment you see the sun circles, the sun doesn't rise. It doesn't set.
Which direction are you facing when the sun is behind you? You're facing east.
No. If the sun is behind me, I can be. It could be rising, and I'm looking that way. It's behind me.
I think I know. I think I know what he's asking. Do you have to look north in a northerly direction to see the sun, northeast to northwest? Okay. That's I guess what he's asking.
Oh, this is crazy.
Everybody that's north of the tropic, such as him and myself, always have to look in a southerly direction.
Yes, there you go.
Southerly direction west, which is only further proof of the sun's close circuit to the earth.
Okay, so you're facing north then, Flatsoid. You're facing north, are you?
Right, I don't think we need to go over this too much more. With the problems have been exposed. Flatsoid. I wanted to get to the end, but how far do you reckon it was? A clockwise sun circle or an anti-clockwise sun circle?
What side of the equator are you on?
Right on the equator. The bit where you can't measure an angle to a light in the sky. You know, with your
So when
flat
you're
Earth
on the
truth.
equator, it's always just simply straight line, east to west.
Okay. So when you're on the equator, it's simply a straight line east to west. But the equator is a latitude circle. But it is a straight line. There are problems. Is that clockwise
Appears to be a straight line.
circle
No,
or
it's
an
a straight
anti-clockwise?
line. It's a straight line.
That
If you
is a
face
straight
east,
line.
it will come directly above and go back west. If you
So
face
where-
north, it
So
will
is
come
that a-
directly
Is that
right.
a straight
to left.
line?
If you
Is
face
that a
south,
straight
it will come
line that
directly
returns
left to
back on
right.
itself, flatsoid?
Guess what? No arc when you're on the equator,
Is
correct?
it-
Is that a straight line that
No observable arc.
returns back
So
on
no
itself?
observable arc on the equator, Bev.
Is that a straight line that returns back on itself?
Not straight. It's not. You don't observe the arc because you're too low to the ground. Sorry. It only.
So this is what we need to remember. One of the things that makes this impossible to explain is the fact that the flat earthers now have the straight line at the equator. And that straight line will very, very soon become their problem. Because how many flat earthers have a straight line? You have to remember this. This is going to turn into something that if you're not aware of this straight line and how easily people change their understanding of what a straight line is.
Only appears
How do
to
you
be
know?
straight.
You've
It's not
never been
exactly
there.
straight.
If it only appears to be straight,
How do you
is
know
it
where I've
a
been?
clockwise circle
How
or an
can it go clockwise
anti-clockwise
when it appears
circle
to go straight
that
to the
appears?
equator?
Right, so which one? Anti-clockwise or clockwise?
Remember, I explained the three
How
observers
can
of the
straight
plane.
be either?
Remember, I
No,
So
explained
is
the
it-
three
is it-
observers of the plane. That's exactly that. The equator would be the middle guy.
Is it
East
an
to west.
infinite
Is
straight
east
line?
to west, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Again,
The line can't
So it's
be
a straight
either.
line then.
straight line.
No, it only appears
So
to be
this
a
is why
straight
I
line.
said
You can't
you
observe
get
it long enough to.
True.
God damn it!
Okay. So Flatsoid's got it as a straight line, and now Sov only appears to be a straight line.
I was just getting ready to say, don't forget we had Jared here did the exact same thing. Straight line, but it's actually a circle.
Yeah. It's a circle straight, which is totally globe. I mean, how can you not? It's the real globe, right? This is where you have to get to. But you can see that there's problems here, even on this panel of these flat earthers.
It's the straightest circle you'll ever see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is don't think this is the globe guys talking about it. No, this is the flat earthers talking about their model. Now, you wonder where these models came from? Perhaps it came from people just talking about reality. Gods, what you do is, this is something that the creators sent a message, and it says, you cannot explain this. This is for me. And I'm ready to acknowledge that. It's impossible to explain this shit. But you can say what happens in reality quite freely. And then you can say, I can't explain it. And me, I can't. I haven't got a clue. It's like nonsense. I can't explain it. It's impossible to explain. I hand that to God. Me, personally. Flatsoid doesn't. Flatsoid is the one that continues to try to explain the unexplainable. And he contradicts people on his own panel And they allow that of each other. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Again,
The line can't
Yeah, it's pretty.
be
It's a straight
either.
line then. Oh, go on. Go on.
It's impressive. So I was gonna say it's impressive that he's got such a God's eye view during one of his Bible studies.
Yeah, it is Bible study day today. So you can do that. Like I've been saying for quite a while, I don't think you should bring in a false dichotomy into a faith-based system, because all that will do is cause division. Look at the division the false dichotomies caused in this arena. Look at it. Nobody can talk about anything because they're all scared that other people contradict them about their own model, and then they might be chucked out of their own group for noticing or saying something that contradicts something that somebody else says. But it's all contradictory. The moment you step foot in the false dichotomy, you're going to be contradicting somebody else, even on the same side as you, because you're part of a false dichotomy. Listen to Flatsoid, listen to Sov. They're both on the same panel, supposedly the same team.
Straight line.
No, it only appears to be a
straight line. No, it only appears to be a straight line. That's straight line, not straight line. Contradictory. But you allow it. People allow this within the flat earth, because this is what the flat earth is. This is what the globe is. This is the nonsense that people have to deal with.
Line. You can't observe it long enough to... God damn it, will you let me finish a sentence?
Circles. See, god damn it. He's getting annoyed now because Flatsoid's just contradicted him. I'm saying they're circles. Or are they straight lines? Who knows? The sun circles.
Dumbass, you can't observe the arc path of the sun at the equator because of your location. It is still only appears to be a straight line. There is the deviation back away. If you're facing one direction, it's going to appear the directions are going to switch as far as left and right are concerned. It's always going to be east to west. Always. There is no change of east to west on ever. That never changes, ever. Even if you turn around 50 times, it's not going to change.
Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
It doesn't matter. It's still going the same fucking direction. You are the one that changed, not the path of the sun.
How can you change to make the sun go anti-clockwise? How does that work? How does it work with you moving to do that? Sob's like, he's pretty keen on it. Like, you know, it's authoritative. It's you. It's your fault that's making the sun go in anti-clockwise.
I want to ask a question,
clockwise
Bev.
or anti-clockwise?
Bev, I want to ask you a question. What does it matter if it goes clockwise or anti-clockwise to you?
Well, then, what does it matter if it goes clockwise or anti-clockwise? Well, they're the observations, right? The sun is observed rotating clockwise, and the sun is observed rotating anti-clockwise. I mean, I know these people, right? There are people that don't believe in one of the rotations, and they don't believe that because certain people went on a trip to go and observe it. So people don't believe it. But Flatsoid's got to the what does it matter type stage, which means I think he's already given up. That he has to admit that there are two different rotational circles at play. They're the observations in reality.
Shift east to west.
They're the observations in reality.
Okay,
that's what we observe in reality.
Okay, Bev. So, are you claiming TFE was real?
Yes, the anti-clockwise sun circles is the
But
entire
you
reason
just read all places in the south. has to
Jaren
go
was
clockwise.
stuck there for.
But we just read that in the south.
Right, I'd say I'll point this out again because Flatsoid talked over me when I was. He asked me the question. The entire purpose of the final experiment was to take Flatsoid, to take Jaren, to go and see the sun circles that would falsify his model, and it worked. A treat. Can't fault Will Duffy. Mission achieved.
It has to go clockwise, not anti-clockwise.
Brilliant. So you falsified that thing that you've got wrote down.
No, it shows the globe false. That's the globe claim.
Just that
I
thing
don't
that
live on
you've
a
got
globe.
wrote down, Flatsoid.
I don't live on a globe, Bev.
I'm not making that claim. All I'm saying is
You just said TFE was right. You just said TFE was real.
Said TFE was to show Jaren the anti-clockwise sun circles. I mean, that's the whole point of TFE. Flatsoid's getting upset now that they went there and observed something that falsified Jaren's model.
I don't know where he got his information.
Go on. Sorry, go on.
I just say I don't know where he got that information because I thought that's what they predicted before they went was the anti-clockwise, like McToon and Duffy.
Yeah, obviously it was known. Right, but I think the flat earthers, to be honest, they weren't expecting anti-clockwise. So they weren't even expecting a circle. They were expecting it to rise and set, I think. So, I don't know, you'll have to ask him. I mean, you can't get a decent answer out of Flatsoid. They'll just tell you that it was fake. But they won't be able to tell you what they think they should have observed. Because you can't even get Flatsoid to say which way he turns watching the sun as he's doing it right now. Reality.
You didn't observe shit. You saw a fake video.
I've never seen the clockwise sun circle.
Yeah, but you talked about a sun
I
circle,
do.
but you said you were inside the circle. Then you said you're outside the circle and you've never seen a circle.
I'm not on the circle.
What circle?
I'm up the circle of the sun.
Where's that then? How does that work?
Wherever the sun's going.
The sun goes. Listen to me and listen.
So look, he said, Sov has definitely got a sun circle, right? There's no way Sov can say that he doesn't have a sun circle. And since the sun goes from east to west and it's on a circle, then every point on the circle must both be east and west. It's the only logical conclusion that you can come to. Every point on the circle is both east and west.
To me, and if you interrupt me, I'm gonna urge Flat.
Well, we're gonna have
just
to end anyway. We've
can
actually gone over my time.
Okay. The reality of it is the sun goes in almost like a spiral, okay, between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Clockwise or
Okay.
anti-clockwise?
Every 3 months, it's directly over the equator. When it reaches the tropic, it begins its journey back the other direction. It's always east to west. It never changes. It doesn't matter if you're standing on your head, if you're facing.
Right, so work this out. If the sun's going in a spiral and it's always going east to west, how does that work? How does the sun go from east to west in a spiral? It does mean that east, north, south, east, and west cannot be perpendicular, though, right? If east to west is a circle and not a straight line, because straight lines are perpendicular. At least I think they are, anyway. Maybe non-Euclidean perpendicular can have one of them being a circle. Maybe both of them. Who knows? We'll have to get the geniuses in flat Earth guys doing
Facing
this.
south, if you're facing north, it does not fucking matter. It's still going from east
Do you
to
put
west.
north at the center?
That's all.
Do you put
What's that?
north at the center?
Well, of course. Where in the hell else would it be?
Okay.
Okay, so now we've got north at the center. We're picturing this map, right? This sun circle, north at the center. Building a bit of a picture now. I know it may sound like the AE map, right? But it's not, because they've falsified the AE map. But it's obvious SOV still has something similar, at least, with north at the center. This is one of the problems, but
Hey. So you have a model.
What do you think? Directly toward the center of the Earth, in the middle of a ball? Why does my compass not
and
point
if you
down?
went out to the extremities on the circumference of this sun circle, right? Would you expect the sun to circle you also? No. Well, that was
expect
TFE.
it to ant-arc. I would expect it to ant-arc away from me.
That's what the ant-arc away from him. At the on the circumference of the sun circle, the outer extremities of the sun circle. Ant-arc. The entire TFE. God's like nothing to do with videos. This is just an argument about the circles of the sun. I know you don't want to think about them at all, but there is a problem that needs discussing. He was to take Jaren somewhere on the extremity of the sun circle, like you've just described, and
The
show
Amazon
him
studio
the
is not
circle.
on
You
the
have,
extremities of
you
the
have no
Earth.
evidence of that at all. It's just your claim because you
I
can't
do.
cope with the
There's
sun,
plenty.
Sov.
No,
You
no,
don't know
no,
anything about
no.
the sun,
They faked
and you
it
need to make
and
it
they
up.
lied.
Yeah.
You mean that? Hold on.
Soviet thinks that they did this in an Amazon studio. Even though Flatsoid witnesses the sun going from right to left in an anti-clockwise motion, he cannot believe that the sun circles could be anti-clockwise.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Are you so dim-witted that you think that after over a century of having people in Antarctica, right? NASA actually having a station down there, that nobody has been able to provide a credible 24-hour sun until Jaren and Vapes It went down there with some financial scammer that came out of nowhere. That solved it all right there for you, because that's how dim-witted
And they
you
still
are.
haven't provided 24-hour footage.
They didn't provide any
That's
24-hour footage. They cut the feed when the sun would have set, and then they removed the goddamn feed
Let's
off
get
of Rumble.
Roger there, right? Let's get Roger and run Boston Bear and
why don't we get you down there?
I'm
and
a
then
carer.
leave you?
What I find really odd is the guys that aren't trying to advocate for a globe is literally trying to advocate for the globe in the same breath.
Did anybody make any sense of that? What he doesn't get. Yeah, I'll go back over Listen.
What I find really odd is the guys that aren't trying to advocate for a globe is literally trying to advocate for the globe in the same breath.
The guys that aren't trying to advocate for the globe are trying to advocate for the globe in the same breath. That sounds contradictory, doesn't it? I don't know. Who's doing that?
Well, you know, with your center at the with your north-centric concentric latitude system, you do derive the equator, don't you?
From pole star.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at what point on the flat Earth does the equator become a straight line on the
It
ground?
doesn't. It only appears to be going in a straight line. It appears.
Right, so here we are. We're back again. You ready for this one, gods? Because this is nothing to do with the sun circles, apart from the fact that the flat earthers have a sun circle. They call them circles of equal latitude. Well, they do it measuring angles. Gods. And this is where people generate circles in their mind because they've been measured angles and they've been told to do it. And the consequences of these angles and these circles are going to become apparent now. Listen to this.
Appears as a straight line, the same as a slightly curved road can appear.
If you drive a highway,
yeah,
exactly. So if you drive a large highway that's long, to you it looks like it's straight, but you're taking a slight curve.
Right, flat side, right there. If you're driving down the road and you see a straight, but it's a curve, is exactly what Jaron did 2 years ago when we tried to tell him this. I bet he's wishing he listened to what we were saying back then. And I bet Flatside maybe in 2 or 3 years' time might be thinking, I should have really listened to what they were saying. Maybe in 5 or 6 years. Hopefully at some point, you know, Flatside might get to understand this. But it did take Jaron to actually go and see the sun circles for himself. That's what that required. Isn't it?
The latitudes are circles.
Concentric circles, yes.
Yeah, not straight line.
Circle of equal altitudes. It's simple.
They are perpendicular, so that's right.
Yeah,
latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
No, they're not.
So latitude and longitude are perpendicular. A statement by me. They say they're not. A lot of people do this. If they're not perpendicular, like what are they? I know the flat earthers have one of them being a circle, east and west, but we all know that the cardinal directions are perpendicular. But flat earthers.
And that's how you get an angle to a curve, isn't it?
The latitudes literally splay apart from one another as you go.
That's north, south, east, and west,
right? The longitude is just azimuths, okay?
Yeah.
Right, so Flatside says the longitude are just azimuths, but the azimuth is a horizontal plane, and latitudes are just lines that go from north to south. Not a plane, just a line, latitude lines. That's why I said latitude and longitude are perpendicular. But you see, the flat earthers and, you know, Nathan Oakley, if latitude and longitude are perpendicular, then the angle formed between a latitude and a longitude is 90 degrees. So if you're going to take a bearing from north, in reality, then you take a bearing of 90 degrees and you're going east. That's how we know that north, south, east and west are perpendicular to one another. The flat earthers have got latitude being a circle. And I think that's because 10th man taught them about these circles of equal elevation. I think that's what he called them. Circles of equal altitude. It's just an angle. But I mean, it makes you think that there's a circle, and therefore you can develop east-west circles. And this is where it ties into the sun circles, God, because I've been trying to tell you, it's got nothing to do with the sun. Sun circles are just sun circles. The sun doesn't go from east to west. It only goes from east to west when it sets. It rises and sets. These circles have been developed by people measuring angles and people telling you circles of equal altitude. That's 10th man. 10th man gave you these circles. I don't know whether you had circles in the past. I don't know who had that. I don't know. I've never had the sun as being a circle. But, you know, sun circles are what's observed. Sun circles are what we're talking about. And some people say that the sun goes from east to west, which makes you think that east and west are circles as well. But because nobody has an argument, and we've been left in this situation. But I mean, don't think it ends there. It gets much, much, much worse for the flat earthers. The moment you start doing this, you develop problems, more and more problems. You just snowball. You get bigger and bigger, as you will find out.
The longitude.
Yeah, the longitude is just azimuth. The latitudes are just based on the distance to the pole star.
Perpendicular.
No,
it's the flat Earth.
No,
they're not perpendicular. They're on the same plane.
They're not perpendicular. Latitude and longitude are not perpendicular, says Flatzoid. These are flat earthers that are saying it's not perpendicular. Not me. I'm just saying they are perpendicular. My understanding.
How could they even be perpendicular on a ball? They can't.
So you saying that north, south, east, and west aren't perpendicular?
No, that's cardinal direction.
No, what?
90 degrees, right?
On the same
Right
plane.
angles.
It's cardinal direction on the same plane.
So it's cardinal directions on the same plane. Are latitude and longitude not on the same plane? Longitude is north-south and latitude is east-west? Are they not cardinal directions? Are they not on the same plane? What's Flatzoid talking about? Go over that again. Listen.
No,
it's the flat Earth.
No,
they're not perpendicular. They're on the same plane.
How could they even be perpendicular on a ball? They can't.
They're not. So you saying that north, south, east, and west aren't perpendicular?
No, that's cardinal direction.
No, what?
90 degrees, right?
On the same
Right
plane.
angles.
It's cardinal direction on the same plane. Bev.
So that's an angle then, right?
What are you?
Not a
North, south, east, and west.
It's magnetic. It's
cardinal
magnetic directions. It's literal cardinal directions. What you talking about angles now?
They're perpendicular to each
What
other.
angles are you talking about? It's literally magnetic
The right
direction.
angle.
Cardinal.
The bearing. If you were bearing of east, it would be 90 degrees.
Magnetic. What?
No, just a bearing.
That's not even north.
No. No. Listen, the latitude lines are concentric circles.
Longitudes are based on azimuth on the horizontal.
Are lines
That's
coming
called
from
the flat Earth.
So Flatzoid there again. North, south, the longitude are based on the azimuth. Are east and west not on the same? I don't know. Like I say, it causes problems the moment you place... it's the latitude circle that's a problem, right? Latitude and longitude are perpendicular. Somebody's made a circle. I don't know why. Maybe 10th man. Maybe somebody did warn people, and maybe, don't know, they didn't listen. Don't know. Look at the position they're in now, though. You'll have to try and ignore it. It'd be terrible.
Their lines
latitude are east and west.
Yes.
Circles, though. So
Yes.
one way is clockwise and the other way is anti-clockwise on those circles. So one
right.
way is east,
Right.
and the other way is west.
Right.
But you
That's
say the
right.
sun goes from east to west. But
Yes.
east
That's
is
correct.
a clockwise circle, and west is an anti-clockwise circle. So where does the sun go from clockwise to anti-clockwise? Where does that occur?
Well, the direction of the sun never changes, only your orientation to it does.
Yeah. Right. So we might need to recap this. I'm not too sure. This is only for the serious argumenters, because taking this into a discussion is obviously going to be fraught with people that get ultra triggered. What you've got is, if latitude is a circle, then you've got east to west being on a circle. And that would dictate that east is one rotation on the circle and west is the other rotation on the circle. I'll say it again. If the sun goes from east to west, it means what you're actually saying is the sun is going from clockwise to anti-clockwise. And like Sov said, the sun doesn't change directions. So, I'll repeat, saying the sun goes from east to west whilst you are talking about a circle that you imagine that the sun does is a nonsense. But you can keep saying it.
Of course.
You can keep saying it. Thanks, Blue. It's a good job to have somebody to agree. Yeah, but you have a problem the moment you make.
No, I don't have any. You're the one that has a problem. You're the only one that's having a problem.
I don't have a problem. I'm the one with the ability to explain these things clearly without people getting triggered, hopefully. But well, here there's nobody getting triggered, so I do have the ability to say it. The people that do get triggered by me saying it aren't going to watch this. So don't worry about it. Just be aware that the people that aren't going to watch this will still get triggered whenever you do talk about it. As they've been doing for at least 5 years that I'm aware of. They don't want to talk about these things. It upsets them. They have to talk about videos or something else, just to divert from the fact that they've generated a circle. And now they can't have north, south, east and west being perpendicular to one another like the cardinal directions that they are. Their problem.
Apparently you do. You don't understand that the direction of the sun never changes. Your orientation to that direction is what changes.
We spotted your orientation to the direction is what changes, not the direction. Says Sov, the guy that says the sun goes from east to west, while saying east is clockwise and west is anti-clockwise. Seemingly unaware that he can't have the sun changing directions, yet says it does with the words he uses. And Flatside's got a ball out now because, don't know, he's trying to explain the light in the sky with a ball because he's Flatside. Problem
Like
quite a
Sav
long
explained,
time
remember,
ago.
like Sav explained earlier with the car and the road. It's exactly that. The car goes exactly the same direction. Your location gives it direction. It's just perception.
Perception.
It's your orientation is all going to depend on whether it goes from your right to your left or your left to your right. It has no bearing on the actual direction that the sun is going.
It's north at the center. That's your problem.
North of the center? How can you
No,
be north
I
of the
said
center when the
because-
center is dead nuts
Because
north?
you've
Anyway, away
placed north at
anyway,
the center.
right.
That's where you're.
So anything away from that is going to be south.
But you don't know where south is.
Every direction.
Every direction going away from north is
Yes.
south.
Does it,
No matter what
doesn't-
direction you
doesn't
go,
sound crazy?
if you try, listen, and no matter what direction you go, if you dead reckon and do a straight line, don't use a compass, use a straight line, you will end up going south.
Think about it. Where can you go where east and west disappear and the only direction
They
Who
don't.
said that
south?
would disappear?
Who
When
said
you're
they
at
disappeared?
every
The North Pole.
direction south, where's east and west?
The sun, you still see the sun in the South
Now,
Pole.
where
We're not
could you
talking about
go?
the sun.
We're not talking
Where
about
could you
the sun
go?
now.
So
But
it
it's
still
only
goes
south.
east to west.
Okay, here we go. Here's another one, right? Sov has just put north at the center. He has then just said every direction from that point is south. And we point out, where's east and west gone? And Flatsoid's freaking out now. But if Sov has just said every direction from north is south, where's east and west? Where are they? Where did they go? That's the question put to them. If every direction is south, is east and west also in the south direction? Because south is every direction. Is that what every means? If south is every direction, where's east? And where's west? Yeah, Bloods is right. Go south a bit. Go south a bit, then turn round and go north. And then eventually you'll go south again, won't you? So if you want to be certain that you're going south, go north. Because eventually you'll end up going south. You'll end up at a point where the only direction you can go is south. Just to make sure you're at the right place.
You'd have to go to your centre.
Which direction is east or west if south is every direction?
No,
South is just
you're going
opposite
to
from
end
north.
up going south. I said every. See,
You
this is
said
why
every
I don't know if
direction
you're
away
just
from
stupid or
north is
dishonest.
south.
Are you just stupid or
Where's
dishonest?
east and west?
I said every direction
From
away from north.
All right,
is
so
south.
stand at the north.
He said, are you stupid? I said that thing that you've just said. That I said. Are you stupid? Every direction away from north is south. Like, what is going on here? Like, what are these people talking about? If, I'll say it again. If every direction away from north is south, which direction is east and west in that specific
I don't
case?
understand.
Go on.
I don't understand how somebody tells you that every direction from north is south at a point, by a certain place. And then when you ask them where's east and west, they revert to saying, asking you, are you stupid? Like that just, it's almost like we're dealing with the ECV thing we used to talk about.
I think
Crazy.
he even says, I didn't say that. And then you say, go on then. And he does exactly say the same thing again. I said, every direction away from that point is south. But yeah, that's what we just said. Where's east and west? But obviously, it's got to be us. We're the ones that have got the problem, right? Listen, to these.
Are you just stupid or
Where's
dishonest?
east and west?
I said every direction away from north.
All right,
is
so
south.
stand at the North Pole, Sov.
Said exactly the same thing that we said. Yes, Sov. Well done. Now, where's east and west? We don't know because Aporia.
Where's east and west?
There are circles around that going in. It's either going to be
the circles around it. East and west are circles. Who does that? Who does that? Is that specific to flat earthers? Do you have east-west circles, gods? At the point where there is no east and west, where every direction is south, do you have east and west circles? You magic them?
clockwise direction or counterclockwise direction?
Would you point south?
Where would you point?
Well, yeah, you would end up pointing south. Any line away from north.
So
any line, listen,
east and west.
Direction is south.
Any line away from north is going to end
so
up.
So any line,
East or west as well, not just south.
So any line away from north.
Show me where a latitude. Show me where the latitude intersects.
Any direction away from north is south, but it's also east and west as well. Little caveat that most people seem to miss out on. But I mean, it does sound ridiculous, doesn't it? Every direction south. Sure? Are you sure that every direction is south? Because that sounds, again, fucking ridiculous. Sounds like something only like a flat earther would say. But you never know.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't even have. Sounds like you don't even have north. Sounds like you don't even have north either. So you only have south.
Yeah, you can't go north because you've reduced it to a point. It's nothing. You've made it nothing. Geometrically, of course, obviously.
That'd be a good question to ask anybody. Is there anywhere you could be on Earth where the only direction is south? You fix your cardinal directions to one direction.
we've got it. I've got a cognitive dissonance check from ages ago that involves that. We get round to that at some other point. That's us making arguments. I don't want to upset people by making arguments like this.
That's the North Pole.
Anywhere away from north is south, east, and west at the same time.
No, so where does east and west intersect at the North Pole?
Both different circles. You just told us one's clockwise.
Wait a second. I just asked you a question. Where does east and west intersect?
Really. Different directions.
Where do they intersect?
Apparently.
Where do they intersect with the North Pole?
The cardinal directions, aren't they?
They don't intersect with the North Pole. They are concentric circles going away from the North Pole based on your observation of Polaris. I'm going to keep talking over you until you shut your fucking mouth. And I will continue to talk over you until I'm done.
What's called what you're describing?
Do you know that?
Do
I'm
you
just going to
know what it's
continue
called,
until
what
you
you're
let.
describing?
No more.
See, now this is where Sov, I think, hits a trigger point. He's got nothing to say, and he's not going to attempt to answer any questions or ask any questions or add anything to any particular point within the discussion that we're having about sun circles or north, south, east, and west. He just wants to interrupt. And I'm not too sure what that means within a debate scenario, right? Or whether it's like a cognitive thing, you know, psychologists might want to be getting involved in that sort of thing. But to me, it means he doesn't want you to say anything. And it may just be that he doesn't want himself to hear it, but it might also have something to do with the fact that he doesn't want the audience to hear it either. Which, I don't know. Like, I know it's Flatsoid's show, and Sov is his sort of panel member, but does it not sound like Sov wants to shut down the conversation on Flatsoid's channel? Because maybe he's a little bit too triggered, or maybe he doesn't want the audience listening to it.
Yeah, listening to it yesterday, I don't.
Are you breaking up as well?
Over talking almost the entire time. That's probably me. I don't know.
It's been happening with everybody though. That's a shame. Yeah, I don't know whether Sov actually wants anybody to listen to this, but this is a familiar story along all of the time that we've been in this arena. Nobody really wants to listen to it, and I'm good with that, right? Really. Maybe you're just you, lucky few people, but be aware that the thing we're talking about now, you won't be able to use in this arena, talking to these people, because they get too upset, too triggered about it. It's only circles, and it's only observations in reality, and it's only a discussion about observations in reality. But it gets a little bit too much.
Questions until you acknowledge my answer.
At least to make
no more questions until you acknowledge my answer. Are you ready to acknowledge my answer?
Yeah, it's the cardinal directions.
Are you ready to acknowledge my answer?
Make it good. Come on. You've got a bit of time to think about it.
North, east and west do not intersect with north. So your question is retarded. Okay?
Can you do the same? So the conclusion he's come up with is that east and west don't intersect with north. But they do intersect with north-south perpendicularly. But so I don't really know what he's doing and why it's somehow considered a retarded question. But we were saying that if every direction is south, where is east and west? Was that the actual question? Seems like Sov has changed that. He's made like a straw man, a ridiculous straw man. And then tried to say that that's stupid, the ridiculous straw man that he made up.
I am still talking. Any direction that you decide to go away from north is going to lead south. Whether you decide to start going south by southwest or south by north.
How do you go south by southwest if every direction away from north is south?
I was going to say,
what
yeah,
the
if every
fuck
direction.
is he talking about?
How would you even know what east and west even is?
That was the question.
Yeah.
But he's changed it and into something else because he can't answer that question. He stated something ridiculous, opened himself up for a question, and now can't answer that question. So has to change it and use these shitty little tactics that they use. I mean, I go over there to talk to them because I enjoy these conversations.
South by
Whatever, south by east, whichever fucking way you decide to go.
South by south,
a
isn't
straight line. Hey, you rude little son of a bitch! Shut the fuck up.
It's getting triggered now.
said there was
obviously.
no
Good
east
You
and west.
understand? I'm
There's
not
only
going. I'm not
south.
going to let you say another word.
You don't.
You understand that I'm not going to
You
let you
don't
say
understand
another word at
anything.
all.
Well, which way do you turn to
Yeah,
go?
I'm
east?
not going to
Which
let you say
direction?
another word. I'm going to answer your question, and it's going to be concise because you're going to shut your pie hole and you're going to listen.
Go on then.
You cannot understand the answer if you're
Very
busy
authoritative.
scrambling,
Educate us.
figuring out what the fuck to say
You can't
while I'm in the
understand.
middle
Go on.
of the answer. Okay? East and west never intersect north. Okay? They never
when-
intersect north.
Yeah.
You have to
So-
go away from north in order to get your latitudes. Your
You intersect
latitudes.
north south.
I am still talking, you rude son of a bitch.
So where's
You
east?
got the blame for that one, Elder.
I'm not done with my previous answer. Write your question down or try to remember it. You're the one that's making
put the other
answer.
cardinal
You're
directions
the
at
one
the
that's
centre
taking
as
the
well.
making the answer take a long time to be able to give.
Mentally,
Okay? Because you rudely interrupt.
Let's see if anybody else is listening to this. Sov here has the ability to place north at the centre. The consequence of that is that east, west, and north as directions disappear. And as he says, the only direction left is south, and south is every direction. That's what Sov's done.
With your little barrage of questions.
So the question is, can you do that with south? Another one of the cardinal directions. Can you place that at the centre? And what about east? Can you place east at the centre of the circle? And if you were to place east at the centre of the circle, would every direction be north or south or west? Like, how would it work were you to put one of the other cardinal directions at the centre? Because I say it takes a special mind to be able to put north at the centre. I think. But, I mean, people might be able to do it. It might be a normal thing for people to do. It definitely seems like a normal thing for Sov to do. And I would say that most people haven't even contemplated it, ever. This might be the first time Sov's ever been put in this position to ask this question. To have every direction as being south. I mean, that does sound a little bit ridiculous to me. Anyway.
In the middle of while I'm answering. Okay?
Can you put east
that's what I'm trying to get through is the answer to your other question, but
about
you
west?
cannot stay silent long enough in order for me to give it. Once
Sorry,
again,
Dad.
I will say,
Sorry, Dad.
okay, I'm going to have to start completely over now.
Wait.
Okay?
No, again.
Okay, I'm
We
going to
know
start
south's
completely.
away
No,
from
no, no,
north.
no, no. You did
Elder
this.
Bear.
You did this.
Yeah, I'm
You
sorry.
did this. Okay?
Damn.
You did this.
You did
But
it.
he said there was no east or west.
I did not say there was no east or west.
You
I
said there was
said
only
they
south
don't
from north.
intersect at the north.
So if you wanted to go east, you could only go south by south.
You would have to go south in order to start going east in the first place. You would have to follow a circle based on your compass reading of north in order to continue east or
This is a
west.
mute argument. You know why this is a mute argument?
See, right. So if you were to go south first and then to go east, the point that you were to end up at would have a more direct south route directly from from north. So you could have just gone that way in anywhere, right? So in relationship of any point from I'll do a little bit of logic and reasoning from the back of what Sov's just said. With respect to north, every point anywhere is south on that particular coordinate system. If you have north at the center, everywhere, every point is south from north. I wouldn't think about it too much.
Anyway, even
So if
on a
you're at
globe,
north, if
even
you're
on a
at north-
globe, if you're at the North Pole or South Pole, every
See, when Flatsoid talks about a pole, he does frantic bunny ears. Sov doesn't. Sov has got a North Pole point where every direction's south. But Flatsoid's doing frantic bunny ears. So don't think Flatsoid thinks the pole's real. But he's allowing Sov to make this ridiculous argument that every direction is south on the back of it.
direction away from that is either south or north. So it's exactly the
Yeah,
same.
but what would happen
on
if you
your
went south and you found you
globe.
were at west? And not
West of
east?
what? West of what?
Yeah, I think
Well,
I
that's
made
it.
an argument
You're going
about this.
south.
West of
How
what?
are you going to
though?
find east? if
Cognitive
you're going south?
dissonance check, I call
Well,
it.
east is real easy. Your compass direction from north, it will be to your right if you're facing north. That will be east. Then what you want to do is you want to turn 90
where is
degrees
north?
to your right. Hold on. You turn 90 degrees to your right and you start in that direction. Now,
You
what
said
will
it doesn't
happen is if you
intersect at the
continue
north.
on in a straight line,
You
you
said
will
it doesn't
stop.
intersect.
You
There
will
is no
start
east
to
and
go
west.
south. You will
It's only
start to go
south.
south if you go in a straight line. So you
So
have to
heading east.
continuously make course corrections based on where
How?
north is at on your compass
How do you make course corrections, Sov?
by turning.
By measuring an angle to a curve.
No, by going by what your north heading is and going 90 degrees to that
Yeah, but
point.
it isn't 90 degrees.
That's a
No,
straight
it's
line,
not.
It's a circle.
That's a
You said
You're
east
on the
and
right
west is a
track.
90 degrees
circle.
on
So what
azimuth.
happens is, as far as you're concerned, your point on the earth is 90 degrees from there. But to
Points
continue
aren't 90
to
degrees.
stay
You
at
can't
that
have a
90
point
degree
angle, Sov.
is
Yeah, but to navigate that,
you
Yeah, you
can't.
can't
navigate
have
that.
a point
You
angle.
can't. Then how did they get if you can't have a point angle? How did they get the latitudes?
Latitude and longitude are perpendicular. I told you that earlier.
How did they get the latitudes? What were the latitudes derived from? Where did they get these numbers?
Don't
Where
know.
did
In
they
the
come
UK,
from?
we have a grid system.
I understand what
How
you
do you
have in
get
the
an
UK. I
azimuth
don't give a
bearing,
shit.
Sov?
Where do you think
Sov,
they got the
how do you get an
latitudes?
azimuth?
He doesn't give a shit about the grid system that we have in the UK that is perpendicular. He's already said that latitude and longitude he doesn't believe to be perpendicular either. I don't know whether he actually understands what perpendicular is. A bearing of 90 degrees from north would be an east bearing, and that's a 90-degree angle. That's a straight line, perpendicular. I can't remember how many times we've been trying to say this to flat earthers. In reality, these bearings are 90 degrees. And the 90-degree bearing would suggest that east and west isn't a circle. So the flat earthers seem to be the odd ones out. But these flat earthers that we're talking to here in particular, these are the clever ones. They can call everybody else stupid for just asking them about clarification about their what seems to be nonsense. They're bent at perpendicular. Now that's not uncommon within the model afflicted. In fact, I think it's a condition. Maybe a mathematical ignorance. I'm not too sure. But they definitely have an ability to bend a perpendicular, whilst claiming it's not perpendicular, but then claiming it is perpendicular. He just had a perpendicular at a point, sort of here. Point perpendicular, which does sound very globe. You might find out that this guy's a little bit more globe than you realise.
From where did the latitudes
in
come
America,
from?
right? You have northings and eastings.
He asked a simple question, Bev.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain, right? Okay, yeah, so here we go. In America, you do have northings and eastings, and northings and eastings are, guess what? They're perpendicular to one another. It's a surveying thing that we do use this perpendicularity in surveying in reality quite a lot. It does help to have a good understanding of this perpendicular. What we have in the UK.
No, they're not different in America. They're not different
they're
in
northings
America.
and eastings.
Okay? We don't have metric latitude.
So
we don't
you have
metric latitude
northings and
standard
eastings,
latitude.
and they are perpendicular.
What is the latitudes? What were the latitudes derived from?
Northeast being perpendicular.
Pole star.
What? An angle, a measurement
pole
to an
star.
angle in the sky.
Elevation
now
angles
you're
of a
onto it.
horizontal plane.
Now you got it.
Then you got 69 miles.
Yeah. Wow. Right. So here we go. We measured an angle to a sky, and now Flatsoid's all happy. That's solved the perpendicular thing, that he's got an angle measurement to the sky. All of a sudden, everything's good. Yeah. 69 miles between each degree, right? So if you do 90
That's
of
statute
them,
miles, yes.
yeah, then you've got.
Remember, they did this with
You've
they
got
did
a
this in
distance.
nautical miles, so it's
Okay,
times
all
60,
right.
not times
No,
69. just
well, it's
69.
69 miles actual. Statute
It's actually nautical. It was derived in nautical miles.
No, you changed it. See, he says it was derived in nautical miles. I would beg to differ. I would say that the 69 miles is actually a measured distance on a map. And we could get into it, but I don't think anybody's going to be really bothered about it, because it's sort of, facts are awkward to this arena that we're dealing with. Nobody really wants to talk about it. But it's one of those topics that we talk about over here in this Discord server. To nautical, right? Let's keep it.
No, it was derived in
actual.
nautical miles.
It was measured.
It was derived in nautical miles.
It was measured
It was
on the
derived in
land.
nautical miles.
Just keep saying it was derived by nautical miles, but Flatsoid doesn't even know what it is. But again, it's that tactic of just over talking, because you don't want people to be heard. And it's hardly surprising that he doesn't want people to be heard talking, because this is where the flat earth, I think, ends here. For Flatsoid.
It was derived in nautical miles because you don't have land masses all over.
5,400 nautical miles of.
We have a distance of 69 miles in between a degree.
Okay, great. Tell me this then, Ed Elderberry. How do you measure 69 miles in the middle of the fucking ocean?
That was my point.
Done it on the land.
Yesterday, Flatsoid said that it was nautical miles.
You don't. That's
Shut
why
up,
it's
Sob,
based
I'm
on
talking.
elevation
Shut
angle
up
to
before you have a heart attack.
Polaris.
Flatsoid said yesterday it was nautical miles because it's over water, and then he claimed 5,400 nautical miles. So, and that 5,400 nautical miles is not all water.
Are you claiming you can't measure nautical mile on land?
Well, that's what was said to you, and you said it was on water.
You
just
said
stuck
the
to water.
latitudes were derived in nautical miles of the ocean.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
just
is
an angle
69
measurement
statute
Flatsoid.
miles.
69 statute miles, but the math is done
How
with
did you?
nautical
all right,
miles.
all right. So how did you get 5,400 nautical miles then?
By using.
Look, he says the math is done using nautical miles, but very shortly, or I don't know how long it'll take us to get round to it, you will see that he does the math with statute miles too. They're just numbers, right? You can replace any of these numbers to place in the mathematical operation. Pretty easy to see that that's how the math works, by placing numbers in a sequence and using multipliers and division, addition, subtraction. You do that with the numbers. That's the mathematical process. That's how it works. The math. I'm not too sure what Flatsoid's talking about.
The latitude math.
And the latitude is in reference to what?
To elevation angles from Polaris.
So if you're at 90 with Polaris at your zenith,
then you had 0.
All right, on it. Move
right
away. You
So you're
move
literally
away.
on 0. Wow.
Look, I would say that if you were at a position and the angle that you measured was 90 degrees, I would say that that measurement is 90. But that's just me. That's the way I would do these sort of things. Were I to comport this to my mind, I would say if the angle measured is 90, you'll call that 90 for the purposes of this particular mathematical operation that we're going to do, because we're going to measure 1 degree 90 times. Pretty simple to do. And obviously if 1 degree is 69 miles, then you can see that there is a mathematical operation that could happen in sequence from knowing that. But this is where we go back to the beginning bit of who can tell that the 4 p.m. zenith sun, who has the ability to see that. And this is
You're at 90. It's your zenith.
90 means it's 0. If you're
and
looking
you-
directly 90 up, you're literally under the pole star.
All right.
Yes,
And you
zenith,
move
that's what he's talking about.
zenith, and
So
you
that would
move
be
a-
0 latitude.
and you move away 1 degree.
Mhm.
You traveled how many
80
miles?
degrees. Well done.
1 degree, 89.
89.
That's
Okay,
right,
move
yeah.
on till you get to 10 and you
All
get
right,
to 80.
and how many
Yes.
miles? So hang on. How many miles have we traveled then in that 1 degree? What does that?
69 miles.
Flat Earth miles.
No, that's statute.
Right, so Flatsoid does understand that if we measure a 1 degree difference, there is a 69 miles. So the step 1 has been performed in this mathematical operation. What would be step 2? Maybe you might want to obfuscate. Let's see.
You
They're
move
flat.
60
They're flat
nautical
miles,
miles.
though, because you said it was an
There's no
elevation
such thing
angle.
as flat Earth miles.
Yeah, you
miles
said
is
it has to
miles,
be
no matter
flat
what the
because
shape
it's an
is.
Miles, where do you guys
Flat-
get this, guys? Where's your flat Earth physics? Physics is physics. It has
What's the
nothing to do
angle?
with the shape of the goddamn world.
Is it
an
measured
elevation
flat?
angle?
Is that 69 miles? Is that measured flat?
Yes.
Like, he was upset at Flatside saying that the 69 miles was a flat measurement. But as soon as you say, was it measured flat? It all changes. Do you want to listen to that again? Because the difference in Flatsoid's face between being asked whether it's a flat 69 miles or whether it's measured flat 69 miles. Look at the difference. This is how you talk to people, right? We need to learn this rhetoric because one delivery didn't work, the other one did. and there's no difference.
You move 60
They're flat
nautical
miles,
miles.
though, because you said it was an
There's
elevation
no such thing
angle.
as flat Earth miles.
Yeah,
miles
you
is
said it has to
miles,
be
no matter
flat
what the
because
shape
it's an
is.
Miles. Where do you guys get this, guys? Where's your flat Earth physics? Physics is physics. It has
What's the
nothing to do
angle?
with the shape of the goddamn world.
Is it
an
measured
elevation
flat?
angle?
Is that 69 miles? Is that measured flat?
Yes.
Right. So
Yes. So it'd say suck on that, Elder Bear. You and your flat Earth miles. Measured flat miles. Come on.
So it's flat
It's an
miles.
elevation
then.
angle.
It's flat
Oh,
Earth
God.
miles, okay? 69
No, it's not
flat,
flat Earth miles.
straight
It's just miles.
Yeah, measured on the flat Earth, and it proves the flat Earth elevation angles and
It's
all
an
that.
elevation angle. Do you know how
Okay.
elevation
We
angles
get it.
work?
We get it.
All
We
right,
get
we
it.
get that. So then you move another
You're
one.
acting like a flat Earth was assumed.
Stop
that.
So when you
stop.
move to a point
Knock it
where
off.
shut up. When you move
No,
to
you
a
shut
point
up.
where Polaris
Because you're the
is
one
disappearing,
assuming something else.
when you get to a point where Polaris is disappearing below the horizon, then you are at the equator, right?
Yeah.
5,400
And that
nautical
will
miles
have
away.
been 91-degree measurements to Polaris.
Okay, and your point is?
And so 90 times 69 is 6,210 flat miles.
That's statuard miles. We literally
Yes.
talking about nautical miles. Do you understand what nautical miles are?
All right, now Flatsoid's going to do this thing. Worth noting that Flatsoid knows there's no difference in statute miles and nautical miles. They're just different units, but they mean the exact same thing. They're the same measurement. Yet, Flatsoid wants to try and use that very same measurement to obfuscate that there's something wrong with Elder Bear saying statute miles. Same measurement. I don't know what Flatsoid's doing. Well, I think I do. I think he's just argumentative. He's a contrarian, but only a contrarian to what Elder Bear says in an aggressive form. He might be contrary to Sov, but I mean that gets allowed and dismissed. That ability to be contradictory.
Yeah,
but they're measured flat miles. Remember?
What is wrong with these people?
What difference does it
Oh
make?
my God.
5,000.
Did you guys go to? Did you guys go to school after school? I mean, did you guys
So
go
that-
to like
that's
college
a
or something?
radius, right? Of
Did
your
you guys, I'm curious.
north
Did you guys go to school?
equator.
Shut up, Sov.
You did.
I think this is the problem, that we've just measured a distance, a radius, as we are. I know it's measured flat, and I know that can be triggering to flat earthers at some point, but whenever they'd want to use the measured flat, I mean, this to them should be a proof. This is the measured flat radius of the equator. There is a straight line, yet becomes a latitude circle also. But this is the flat earth that we're dealing with, helping them with some mathematics of their own.
Did?
We're doing some maths now, Sov.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait a second. I'm asking you, did you
Yes,
guys
we-
go to
we
school
did,
after your high school? After
Yes.
high school, did you
Yes,
did?
went to
Okay,
university,
listen,
yeah.
go get your
Went to
fucking
teacher
money
training.
back. Go get your money back because they really did a number on your mind. They really did.
There you go. There you go.
There you
What's
go,
the
here we
difference
go.
between nautical miles and statute miles then, Sov?
Nautical miles are based on observation. Statute miles are based on physical measurements.
Yeah, of an angle to Polaris, eh?
No,
So there's a difference between calculation and measurement.
my odometer on my car has nothing to do with fucking Polaris. Okay, nothing
isn't
to
that-
do. It
isn't-
physically measures miles. Nautical miles were calculated based on observation.
You just said that when I moved 1 degree away from Polaris, it was 69
You're going south.
miles.
You're going
69
south.
miles, you said.
When you move 1
You
degree
said
away from it,
69
you're
miles.
Go in
correct?
any direction away from the Sov, like you said earlier.
any
That's
direction
south.
away from north is south.
Right. Okay. So as long as you're moving in that direction, which isn't one direction, it's every direction away from
any direction away from the pole is going south.
And you do it. You do that 90 times. You have a distance that you're going to make the circumference of that circle. You're going to call that latitude the equator.
Concentric circles. Don't forget.
Right.
Yes.
So that's
Now,
the
if you
equator.
circles could they be?
if you go to that place that you've just made as a circle, and you
Yeah.
can witness for yourself the stars, lights in the sky, going in a straight line.
Mm-hmm. I witnessed them going in what appears to me, from my angle of perspective, a straight line, but in reality, it is a very, very large arc.
This is Sov, you can check this for yourself. If you go to the equator, this little place, and you do a star trail, leave your camera on, looking at the lights in the sky, you will see that there is a split in the sky. And one side of this has a circle, a rotation clockwise, and the other one has a rotation anti-clockwise, either side. Well, if there's a circle on one side and a circle on the other, anyone know what the mathematical thing in the middle is going to be? No? Sov says it's an arc. But he can't say whether it's an arc going clockwise or anti-clockwise. It seems to be a non-possibility that could be straight, yeah. I'd say the mathematical mirror, if you will, is going to be straight. Can't not be straight mathematically, because you've got a circle on one side and a circle on the other. Mathematically, you've got a straight, since straight is mathematical anyway. Sov's got a different one. He's observed it. Privileged position of going to the equator and observing the not straight that Flatsoid had as well. Yes, but on one side of this straight line, it's going one way, and on the other, it's going the other way. So you do actually
not
have
going the
two
other way.
circles.
They're going the same direction. It's just whether you're turned one way or the other.
No, you're so Sov thinks that when you are at the equator and you are observing this split, that they're both of those circles are going in the same direction, the one either side of the straight line that they call the equator. Both the same, or maybe he means something else. You're looking
It's just
at
like
the
my
straight line
example
of
with
light
the
in
road.
the sky,
It's
Sov,
just
isn't
like
it?
my example with the stars or the car going down the road.
No.
It's
You want
still
this to
going
be
the same direction. The only thing that has changed is your orientation to that
It's
object.
all right. Flats
straight
always
line
doing the
to be
maths.
curved.
Flats is doing the maths for us. It's okay. Just hang on.
Well, that's all right. He can do the math while we talk.
Here's a
You
flat
don't have
earther.
to-
What
is it? Why do you guys get such a boner over
Circumference.
math? Why do you guys get such a boner
Because
over
you're
math?
going to find out that your circumference of the equator is different.
It
They
may
don't
very
understand
well
the way-
be. How
It may very well be, says Sov. Do you think he knows?
do you know what the equator size is? How do you know what it is?
It's
Have
what
you
it's
ever- have
claimed
you
to be.
measured
I
it?
know what it's
Have
claimed
you
to be.
measured it?
I know what it's claimed to be.
Okay, you know what it's claimed to be.
I
So
know
do
what
we.
I know what
So
the
do
flat
we.
earthers are going to
What
claim
is
it
it
to
then?
be
So
also.
do we.
Sov, what is it?
Which means you don't have any proof either. Do you understand that?
I've
No.
not
You don't
claimed
have
measurement.
any lick of proof.
No,
not claimed
because
measurement
because
to a
what
straight
they
line.
claim, if what they
If it's a
claim
straight
does
line,
not match the math, then
doesn't
their
make any
claim is
sense.
wrong. Is that correct?
No, we're
I think we
Yes,
talking
it
agreed
is.
earlier that it's impossible to explain.
We're only talking about the flat Earth here, right?
What's impossible to explain?
The circles, the counter-rotational
There we
circles, and the
go.
straight
Well,
There
it's
we
not
go.
impossible to explain. It's just impossible for you to understand.
Okay,
6,000.
Sov, maybe
Possible for you to understand. I have done a redo of the You Don't Understand, but we'll save that. It's going to come around a lot. I did notice it was coming round a lot more again.
maybe they don't understand. Okay.
We'll wait for you to explain.
So is the distance exactly the same in nautical mile and statute miles?
No, because it's a different. Because
There's
it's
only
a
one
different
distance,
calculation.
isn't there?
Exactly
There's only
the
one
same
distance, isn't there?
They don't know what nautical mile. They don't know that.
See the obfuscation again. Obfuscation. Gords has just put a thing in the chat that says, I don't know who's got that. Is that from the Bible? It says, no man shall measure the earth. It's a quote by somebody. I don't know who. I guess it must be from the Bible. What would he think about if one of his preachers was going around saying that it was measured flat? No man shall measure the earth. Yet Nathan Oakley and Flatsoid can measure it flat. Wow. Must be a privileged position you put them in there, Gods.
Nautical mile is
No, they
different
don't
than a
understand. They don't understand.
know.
It's just
You don't
a
understand.
unit system.
Oh,
Thank you,
develop.
Mr. Jingles, for your £2. You rock for your super chat. He really says, just so you can speak, Keith. Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat, Mr. Jingles. Appreciate all the support.
So a flat Earth radius.
Nautical miles is just an angular.
6,214 miles. Eh?
No, nautical miles is a unit, just as the statute miles is a
an
unit.
angle.
It's the
Yeah,
same
but it's
distance.
Flat. It's flat.
It's the
though,
same
so
distance.
It's flat, isn't it? Flat,
Same
sorry.
distance.
It's flat
So
from
what's
the
your
North Pole to the
wait?
It's the same distance for what? Is he saying it's the same distance as a measured distance for an angle? But, you know, we all know that you can do fuck all with an angle, right? And one of those things that you can't do with an angle is assign a distance to it, right? Everybody does know that, right? That you can't assign a distance to an angle, right? You can check the 69 miles by going to a location and measuring an angle, and then going to another location, 69 miles different, and then measuring an other angle. That's the measurements of two angles to see a difference of 1 degree in angle. And the distance between those 2 points being 69 miles on a north-south line. That's what you can do that to check, right? But you cannot say 1 degree equals a distance. That's ridiculous. But we're working with paralogisms sold to the flat earthers by confidence trickster salesman. And it's not me. I'm not trying to sell anybody anything.
I was just gonna say real quick, I think that's the best probably like thing you could bring to the table. You just said paralogism.
Yeah,
I think that's what's defining this whole conversation. It's like because we went on this journey 8 years ago, you know, if you hold a paralogism, if you can't, I guess, retrain your brain or like critical think to realize that, you know, you're holding a wrong, you know, stance on, you know, whatever that thing is, it leads you down a path, and you end up in aporia, and aporia is explained as the pathless path. So when you're trying to talk to people like this, if they already hold paralogisms and they're already in aporia, like you're trying to guide them back to that path and go, hey, you know, like, wait a minute, just like, check this out. They're gone. They're on a pathless path. There's no getting them back on the right path.
Yeah, I mean, we are doing the thing with Aristotle and the rhetoric, right? If somebody's been swayed by rhetoric, then you've got to overcome that. And it's quite obvious that everyone in this arena gave 10th man this gravitas,
Pathos.
right? Yeah. He is the man. He's, look, all of that money he spent on them books, right? And he sold an angle distance. He sold a circle to the flat earthers. And don't be thinking, gods, like this is somebody having a go at somebody else. It's people making arguments like we are doing. And Flatsoid is the one that's going around telling people things. Now, we're just trying to make sure and get some clarity about the things that are being said. This is what we're going to be going over now. Watch this for honesty and decency of a God-fearing man, right? Flatsoid, the preacher. He's bringing the false dichotomy into the faith for nefarious purposes. I think he's doing it to try and serve himself, really. It's not helping anybody within a faith-based system here. Because we're dealing with proof, or we should be dealing with proof. This is reality that we're dealing in. He's scared to talk about it. The measurements of his own measurements. Somebody, like Gords, I've said this to you a few times. Come and have a book. Come and have a talk. And then you might get more clarity. You might be able to sort out any issues. But, I mean, just sit in the YouTube chat, assuming all sorts of shit. No problem. Flatsoid's your man. These are the people that you're going to put your money behind. 10th man's been training them. Nathan Oakley. QE. The argument master. These are the guys that you've got. And we're just here to try and bring clarity to the argument. It's all I've ever been doing, really. So here we go. Flat Earthers are about to do a little bit of maths. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long. I'll try and keep you up to date on what's going on, because they do try and obfuscate it. And it might need cutting down and trimming down a bit just to try and get it.
Wait. I want to know, what is your issue with the same distance?
It's flat from the North Pole.
Is it because you think the 6214 is bigger than the 544?
Flatsoid, what's the circumference?
There it is on screen.
See that there, right? Like, look at this. Flatsoid, I don't know whether you can see this on here. He's got 5400. And then this little sign here that says equals 6,214.
Yeah, but he that's the was that the radius or diameter?
Well, this is nautical miles and this is statute miles. And the equals means they're the same.
Sure.
But yeah, but Flatsoid's now trying to say that we aren't recognizing, or we can't recognize, that these are the same, even though It's got it there in a mathematical operation that they're the same thing. Except this one's an angle measurement thing, and this one's an actual measurement. But they're the same thing, because mathematics will allow you to do that.
Yeah. It's still, he still called it the circumference, and that, I don't know if he just doesn't get.
Yeah, he's mathematical operator. He's under pressure at the minute. God, I don't know what you're talking about. The whiteboard, yes. Somebody asked me what's flat, and I pointed to my whiteboard and said, my whiteboard's flat. I don't know what's up with that, God. You think it's not? Crazy. Watch this. And particularly take note of, like Buster says, take note of what Flatsoid's mathematical prowess seems to be. It's obvious that this here says 5,400 equals 6214. Now that means they're the same thing. That's what this little bit means here, equals. What's the circumference of your... What's the circumference of the measured flat equator, please?
It's literally on screen.
Go on then. No, it's not.
No, that's not. So it's literally on screen. Where's the circumference? On the screen. That's a radius. And that is the radius in nautical miles. It's the same thing, but it's not a circumference, right? The circumference, that's the radius.
It's a radius, so it's 10,800 nautical miles.
No,
What?
you do it. Do
No,
your calculation. Go on, Google.
No, that would be...
It's times 2.
About the diameter.
2 pi
That's
r.
the diameter.
2 pi r flat side.
Diameter is the circumference.
The circumference. No, the diameter isn't the circumference.
What's the circumference then, according to you on the flat Earth?
2 pi r. Do your calculation.
Go on. No, you guys are the ones saying it's wrong. So go on.
Flatsoid's doing subversal, right? Is it obvious that Flatsoid doesn't know how to work out the circumference from the radius? I think it looks like that to me. I had to think. I'm going to have to. He's going through my head. I'm going to have to tell him how to do the circumference, just to make sure, because I don't want to embarrass him. Because he looks lost. He doesn't know what he's meant to be doing. How do I find out what the circumference is? I don't know. I'm saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, do you know what the circumference of the measured flat Earth equator
Go ahead.
is?
You tell us, Bev. You're the one saying it's wrong. So go ahead. Tell us.
Pi D. Go on. Off you go. Do your best.
No, I'm waiting for you. You're saying it's wrong.
The maths, surely.
You guys don't know the difference. You guys think nautical miles and statute miles are two different distances. So
nautical miles and statute miles are different distances. You guys think that, even though on his screen 5400 equals 62. Like, why would we possibly think that they're different when there's an equal sign in the middle? What does Flatsoid understand about the mathematical thing on his screen for him to be able to say that we don't understand what this mathematical symbol is? The equals sign. He's obviously just wasting time, right? Because I'd say he doesn't know how to work out the circumference. And he doesn't want to look bad in front of his friends. And I don't blame him for that, right? He is a flat earther. Not many flat earthers would probably know how to work out the circumference from the radius.
Talking about the radius. You said you hadn't got a radius, but we've established you have a radius.
I'd say, I'd have a rough guess, about 39,000 miles.
39,018 miles.
There you go, 18. I was 18 off.
See, let me show you what you're doing. Let me show you what you're doing.
Right, here we go. We solve. This is where the mathematical operation starts to take place.
39,018 miles. 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 39
Watch this, Gods. Watch this. This is great. I hope you wouldn't end up doing this as well, right? This is a warning to all of the flat earthers when doing mathematical operations.
I just measured this in standard U.S. Units. This pack of cigarettes, and it
Can
came
you
up.
calculate what the circumference of the measured flat Earth equator is?
Listen.
For a
It
laugh.
came up. Listen. It came to 3 1/4.
Right. So we're talking about the measured flat Earth, the measured flat circumference of the flat Earth equator, and Sov, genius that he is measuring a cigarette packet with a tape measure. Now, that's how you do it. That's a proper straw man, right?
For inches. Okay. That's like you, and then somebody comes along and says, no, it's not. It's 0.0825 meters.
What? Who's that? That was a nice straw man, wasn't it? Well done, Sov. Measure a cigarette packet, make a straw man argument of something that nobody would say, and sit there smug like you've just won the point. Brilliant. What were you measuring?
A pack of cigarettes. Right here. I use the same
Yeah, but-
thing. Okay,
but
now
just
I'm
to cut-
measuring it in English units with an English tape measure, and it came up to 3.25 inches.
He's measuring that in English units, right? Really? We don't decimalize imperial measurements here in the UK. Do you guys do that? Oh,
Well,
wait a minute.
there
yeah.
is-
Yeah,
there-
yeah, you guys do. It's
Well,
you
but there
guys
is
that
w-
decimalize imperial measurements, not us. So what does
No,
Sov
there's
think
only-
he's doing?
There's only one instance that I can think of that you do actually do that, and that's like within like machine working where you've got like
And surveying.
Oh yeah, well I'm not. I mean, I'm not a surveyor. I've heard it done like in this arena, but
We don't do it in the UK. We don't decimalize imperial. We only
well, the only reason they do it
decimalize
in
the,
I'll say this: the only reason they do it in machining is because the micrometer, it has to do with that quarter turn within that micrometer to decimalize, the within the inch. You got a tenth, hundred,
Yeah.
1,000, 10,000, but it has to do with that turning the dial. But now, as far as like within surveying and decimalizing, I don't know.
You decimalize the foot in surveying. And like Sov's just done, he decimalized the inch. 3.25. I would say, I'd say 3 1/4.
3 1/4.
Yeah, I would. I mean, that's the way I do it. So, that's not English units, Sov, but I mean, whether you were making a joke or something, I don't know. I wouldn't. I'd never decimalize the inch, ever. I'd never say 3.5 inches, because that's just sounds ridiculous to me.
Well, yeah, it would show that you don't know how to read a rule.
Yeah. Or, I mean, maybe Sov's got one. Maybe that's what Sov's got on his rule, on his tape measure. 3.25 inches. You never know.
I have heard of a tape measure you can get like that, but I haven't personally seen one. But I have, I don't know. Again, I've not held a tape measure in my hand that's decimalized it instead of having it fractioned.
Yeah. Yes, Gords, I know. Everybody in the arena, they're all out for us whenever you say anything wrong and point out all of the mistakes people make and the pitfalls that they may be falling into and the warnings that you can try and give them. Yes, we know you're pissed off that we're doing it. Pissed off that I say that the whiteboard's flat. Pissed off you that I say it's not a sphere. I know. It's just
Pissed
the way
off
it
that we
is.
point out that every direction from north at the center is south,
Yeah.
and then where's east and west. Like, come on, guys, we gotta make allowances.
Yeah.
Just ease up a little bit.
I'm going to be doing a thing now, right? Where this is just me. I only speak for me. And if anybody wants to come and disagree with me or whatever, that's fair enough. I'm just going to tell you what's going on in my head. Well, you can either listen to it or you can't. It's up to you. I think a lot about all sorts of different things, and it's focused on the bullshit in this arena, and I find it fascinating. You can see Sov, right? He's measuring a cigarette packet in the middle of a discussion about the circumference when they have a given radius. It's a very, very fucking simple operation, this. You've been given the radius, and the challenge is to come up with the circumference. Dead easy to most people. But what we're doing here is we're talking to flat earthers, and it is live. So they have to think fast. And Sov, maybe giving Flatsoid a bit of time to go and do a bit of work. He's measuring a cigarette packet. It's like a bit of a song and dance type thing. Look over here. You know, woo. I'll do a show while Flatsoid does his little magic trick of working out on Google. How do I work out the circumference? Who knows? Maybe us.
In standard English measurement,
What?
right? And now what you're doing is going, no, it's 0.08255 meters.
No,
I'd say it's a quarter.
No, Sov. We are using the measurements that you just went through. 1 degree, 69 miles. For 90 degrees
miles.
from the North
Statute
Pole.
miles.
Yes,
statute miles are
Yes.
not nautical miles, dipshit.
I know that, but you've
Well,
already
then
said...
what is your malfunction then?
See, what again? Like, it's got it there on screen that they're the same measurement. Like, so why can't you use these in order to do a mathematical operation? Why do you then have to say that these are the same as these? Again, I know that there won't be any flat earthers to be able to say this, and Sov won't even know why he said it, why he's obfuscating. They're just contrarians, I'm pretty sure. But it does get a little bit old when everything you say becomes part of this denial.
Degree equals 69 miles. 90, 69.
Statute miles or nautical
I
miles?
just said you just said 69 with statute miles, dipshit.
All right, it's statute miles. Okay, so now let's convert it. Let's convert that over into nautical miles.
Why? They're the same. Like, why? What is the obsession? Maybe he's still buying time for Flatsoid. Who knows? But it's a song and dance for nothing. Why?
It's the same. It's exactly the same.
It's the same.
It's exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, and so what?
The same distance.
Gods, this is why we're doing it. We're doing this for the help of the community. So the community is aware of the frauds, the people that are obfuscating. These people that we're going over here, gods, they're not helping anyone. This, if we were to have this conversation in this Discord, it would have took about 5 minutes for us to get the point. The rest of the time will have been us building upon the information that we've just gained. But these guys will go 3 fucking hours and you still won't be able to get your point out because they're just obfuscating. That's the point. We're pointing out to the community that don't give a shit now, right? They think we're liars because everybody in the community has told them that we are the liars. So nobody's really going to be listening to it, gods. And as such, more people will be fooled by these people. These your spokespeople, if you will. These are the true flat earthers.
All we did was change our unit of measurement. That's all we did. How many meters? If we measure it in meters, is that now different? No, it's the same length in meters, isn't it?
It doesn't matter because your
It's the same
circumference
distance
of,
in kilometers and
your
miles.
circumference
Because
of
the
the flat
distance
Earth
didn't
is
fucking
the same
change,
as the
did it?
globe one, isn't it?
What?
Your circumference of the equator is the same as the circumference of the equator on the globe.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Okay, so do the maths.
Can one
then.
of you do the maths for the circumference? There you go.
Come on, what's
Is it
the
33?
circumference?
Are you sure, Flatsoid? Look, Flatsoid has the circumference 33,929 nautical miles. So he's got a circumference in nautical miles. That's interesting. 33? Is that
No.
just one of
34. It's
flat
34.
33s?
No, it's 39.
I thought it was
Sov,
39.
Sov,
My guess
Sov.
was about 39.
Sov,
You see, they
big
don't know.
man.
This.
Sov,
There
what's
you
the
go,
circumference?
39. There you
Sov,
go.
what's the radius of the...
Do this here now. 39,000 miles. That's right. He's done his maths. He's got 33. Shout out, Jero. 33,929 nautical miles. Bit weird. And 39,045 miles. I think Elderbear said it was 39,018. Slightly different calculations.
The globe in nautical miles.
No, look at those two numbers he has there.
Exactly the same
3,390,
distance.
right? It's the same distance. They're the same distance.
All right, so
Right, so we've agreed now. We have that distance and it's the same. At last, Flatsoid completes the task. The measured flat Earth circumference of the equator, 39,045 miles, or, as Flatsoid's worked it out, 33,929.2 nautical miles. They're the same distance. Flat Earth.
So all right. So what is the
Oh, my word, I
radius?
can't believe you guys think these
Shut
are
up,
two different
Flatsoid.
distances.
Radius.
What are you
What's the
Do you
competing
think
with
these are
on the
two different
globe, though?
distances?
No.
Do you guys
What's
think
the
these are two
equator?
different
distance.
distances?
What's
Same
the globe
distance,
in comparison?
different
What
unit.
you got a challenge on?
So
right?
guess what this shows, guys?
So on the
The
globe,
flat
globe
Earth math.
equator.
Wait. So guess what this shows? The flat Earth math you're claiming comports with reality, correct?
The flat Earth math comports with reality. Now, I wouldn't know about reality measurements and how to comport things with reality measurements, but he does have a flat Earth measured circumference of the equator of 39,000 miles, and Flatsoid seems to think that that does comport with reality. Flatsoid is quite happy with that. He's done a bit of maths, I don't think so. It's not claimed to be.
Oh,
The
that's weird.
equator's not claimed
Flatsoid,
to be
flatsoid.
39,000
What
miles.
is 3959 in nautical miles? It's not 6,210. 3959 in nautical miles. What's that?
3-5 what?
395. You know the number, Sob. Don't be a dick.
3959. Okay.
In nautical miles.
What you said in nautical miles? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Nautical miles. That's 3,440.
440. 3,440.
Oh, and yet the flat Earth one is 5,400. That's strange. And you both have the same circumference, apparently.
Where'd you get that number from? 5,000.
Flatsoid cave is 5,400. The and 10th man.
3959.
395 man's the globe.
The whole globe.
Radius.
Yeah.
No, it's the radius.
Newsflash. The equator's size is the same on both.
Okay.
Newsflash. The equator size is the same. Is that like an equals sign, right? Is that what that means? Do you think? To Sov, when Sov says the equator size is the same, is that like putting a mathematical equals? Like this equator equals this equator, sort of, within a mathematical thing. Do you think that's what he means?
Okay, so the radius should be the same.
Wait, whoa. Are you saying that 39,000 miles is the
Earth radius? It's the Earth radius.
Is that? Have you never tried to do any maths before?
We're doing it right in front of you right now.
I know. Is this the first time? 3959 is the radius, but I mean, listen. I ask him if 39,000 is the actual circumference. Yeah,
no, it's the radius.
The circumference
Newsflash. The equator's size is the same on both.
Okay, so the radius should be the same.
Whoa. Are you saying that 39,000 miles is the
Earth radius? It's the Earth radius.
Is that? Have you? 39,000 miles is not the Earth radius, Flatsoid. You've got that wrong. Not. The Earth radius is not 39,000 miles. You never tried to do any maths before?
We're doing it right in front of you right now.
I know. Is this the first time you've ever done this?
Wait.
Listen,
guys,
audience.
Wait, you know
for all you out in YouTube land, are you watching this?
Wait,
are you looking at these numbers on the screen?
Wait.
Now they think these numbers are the same as the globe numbers.
Cut you up so you can listen because I want to go sleep. Okay. The 3959 is the radius of the whole globe. This 5,400 nautical miles is only the equatorial radius.
Like, is he sure, right? Like, does Flatsoid understand what's going on and the mathematical operation? Like, because he muted Elderbear, right? I'm going to go back to a J. Listen to this. He mutes Elderbear to say this.
Numbers on the screen.
Wait.
Now they think these numbers are the same as the globe numbers.
Cut you up so you can listen because I want to go sleep. Okay. The 3959 is the radius of the whole globe. This 5,400 nautical miles is only the equatorial radius.
Does he understand the black swan? Like, there is a radius that gets falsified. But he seems to be saying here that there's an expected different radius, doesn't he? Like, for the whole globe. Like, what?
It's half the Earth.
Half.
Do you understand that?
Damn.
I understand how the maths works, Flatsoid.
You guys literally
You might have been able to hear a slight smile in my voice there, because right at the minute there's some nonsense going on with Flatsoid. He's struggling at the minute.
Miles and miles, northern miles of this are different.
The radius from the center, of the
The
Earth.
395
Listen,
wait. Is the 9359 the whole globe, or just to the equator?
It's the radius.
Both radius to the equator.
Oh, and this equator radius here, is it just the equator, or is it the whole flat Earth?
It's the flat Earth equator.
No,
It's
well,
only the equator. So it's only half the Earth.
But Sov just said
bigger
that there's Sov
already.
just said. Sov said that there's.
See, I'd have to sort of think here, right? Flatsoid thinks on the flat Earth, the measurement to the equator is half. But does he actually understand how that works with concentric circles? An area has been able to say half. And why does he think the radius of the globe would be any different, whether the equator or anywhere? Like, I'm not too sure that Flatsoid's aware of this mathematical operation that's going on here.
The circumference of the equator on both models would be the same.
If
yes, the equator on your Earth is the equator on the globe is 5,400 nautical miles.
17,000 miles bigger.
The equator on the globe is 5,400 nautical miles.
Your flat Earth equator is 17,000 miles bigger.
It's there on the screen.
5,400 nautical miles.
Let
It's
me
there
ask
on the
you something.
screen.
If I took a
He says it's 5,400 nautical miles, but that's the radius. We're talking about the circumference, 39,000 miles. I don't even know what the globe is, right? But I know the globe has a radius of 3959. At least that's what 10th Man told me. And I know that 3,039.59 isn't 6,210. They're different. I know that. And since I know that if the radius is the different, then the circumference is going to be different. I have the ability to do that because I have a basic understanding of mathematical operations. And I find it amazing that Flatsoid, being a flat earther and being within this arena, can't see the difference in the radius values. It's amazing to me.
I think he's not making the connection about the equator. That it's the distance to the equator, and the equator is the same circumference. So when he says that the radius for the globe is for the whole globe, the whole thing, and in his mind, the radius to the equator is only half of the flat Earth.
Yeah, but
the whole radius for him would be from the North Pole to as far as it would go on the flat Earth, beyond the equator.
Yeah, but that's not a half, is it?
He thinks he's only measuring half of it because you're only going half of the way across flat Earth. He's not seeing that it's the same measurement to the equator, that the circumferences are equal. He just said there, the radius is for the whole globe, and the radius for the flat Earth is only half of it. Because for him, the radius is only half. It's not completed because it's got to go at least to the South Pole, and that was
but
what
still,
he would
if
say
you
would
did
be his
39.6, if you did 39.69, and then
So
did
in
the
his mind, he's
calculations,
confused. Yes, it won't change that. But that's what I think he's thinking, that somehow it's
Yeah,
there's
but he,
something equal there in the radius, or it's out.
I know, but if you still did the flat Earth, you guys already asked him, is it a flat Earth measurement? Yes, 69 miles per degree. Did it? Got the radius, diameter, and if he's saying it's half, then like what's half of 39?
Yep.
That's still not 24.
No. I think no. It's not about the figures, but about the imagined distance. So when he looks at the radius and he sees the radius of the globe, it's a radius that gives this whole ball. And for him, the radius of the flat Earth is from the North Pole to as far as it would beyond the equator.
Yeah,
I
do get that, right?
To Australia.
I get that
You
understanding.
know what I mean? Yeah.
Like, so if you add another,
the equator is the same.
If you add another 6,210 onto that, right? Like he's claiming, if he says it's half, right? So to the equator, 6,210 miles, right? He says that's half of the flat Earth. Now, forget about everything else. Just think about this as a mathematical operation, right? If there's another 6,210 that goes on that, which extends the radius out to 1,200, right? 1,200 and whatever, 40. Then that isn't a half. That's not the way that works. But that's why. But that's what Flatzoid says. The half. He thinks by doubling that radius, you make it into a full half and half. But that's not the way the area of a circle works. He seems unaware of that.
That's what I was getting at.
He's trying to make sense of it because he doesn't understand the numbers. So he's now gone into a kind of a length, but just an image.
He doesn't even know how to get the.
Says it's double that.
He didn't even know how to get the circumference.
No, I know, but he's so confused that he's now pictured that he knows, because we're only talking about half of the radius, half of the distance radius to the equator. It doesn't matter the numbers. So he's thinking that the globe is that radius because it's for the whole thing. But his radius to the equator, about the numbers, is only half of his model.
Yeah, but for going
he's trying to work it out in his head how those numbers would work and how they would be equal and how he's still, right. How he can be right.
He's still way off because if you were going from just a circle to a sphere, there's no half.
No, but he's got a circle, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's got a massive circle.
Yeah, but he's flipping. It's the false dichotomy. So if he's got a circle and he doesn't know how to work out the circumference, but he's thinking about a sphere within a certain, like this is Euclidean. There's no half from a sphere to a flat, or not flat, but like from a sphere to just a circle. There's no half.
No, but in his mind, he's only traveled across half of his flat Earth.
Well, I mean,
he's
whatever.
Trying to work out, trying to fix those numbers into the space that he's imagining.
I don't know what he's imagining at this point.
Whereas 10th Man already says there's double, because he says there's 90 degrees. There's another 90 by 69s on the other side of Polaris, on the other half of flat Earth.
Yeah, but that other half would have to be an other circle, right? For it to be half, it would have to be the same again duplicated. Now, somebody told me today, Zep Tepe, that there is a new model And this new model is 2 poles, but like a gear mechanism. So it's 2 circles, but with a gear, because you have to be able to link up all of these south to together.
Like, yeah, but the problem they have is the straight line equator.
Yeah,
and
but
that's got to be
the
Pac-Man.
gear. But the gear can travel anywhere around this south thing, can't it? Like it's a mechanism that goes around.
2 cogs.
Yeah, 2 cogs together that are twisting.
I mean, are we talking about like a yin yang sort of thing?
No, just 2 cogs.
No, opposing.
The gear system.
Just 2 cogs meeting and meshing
like
together with
fidget
gears.
spinner type thing. That was all the rage with the kids a couple of years ago.
2 cogged wheels meshing with each other, but turning in opposite directions, meeting at the equator.
God says throw Zep Tepe's cogwheel, but God's it's not Zep Tepe's. This is the flat Earth new model that Flatzoid and his halves that are put together, because it's not a mathematical half if you're extending the radius. If you're doubling the radius, you're not doubling the area. Doesn't work like that. But that's not what we're doing here, right? The point is that we're trying to get Flatzoid to notice at the minute that his flat Earth measured radius to the equator isn't the same as the globe radius to the equator. He hasn't worked that out yet.
He's got to find a way in his head to make it so, even though they're not.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
even though the numbers are there in front of him, he's still trying to make it so that he's right.
I think what we've got to be is, right, we've got to be careful that we're not trying to work stuff out for Flatzoid, right? Like, none of us know what's going on in Flatzoid's head. And I pretty much think that Flatzoid, even if he knew what was going on in his head, doesn't have the ability to express it verbally, right? He's got no rhetoric to support whatever is in his head. So he's never going to address this. He's going to forget that this ever happened. They're going to forget that Roger Ledwell came up with the 4 p.m. zenithal sun. And they'll just carry on talking the shit that they do. But this is where it gets interesting now, because Flatzoid's going to show just how little he understands, or just how much he's willing to be contrary in an open discussion on his own channel.
Hula hoop. Infinity. Now, listen to me. Listen. If I took a hula hoop and I put it around a basketball,
if he's like Sov Genius has got a hula hoop on a basketball now. I mean, bring out all of the tools. Like, put an ant on there. Dress it up as a ballerina.
Okay? And it fits right around the middle of the basketball. And then I take it off and I put it on the floor. Did its size change? No, it's still the same fucking size. What are you?
What? Does anybody know what that straw man that Sov's just made up? You know why he did that?
Obfuscation. I have no idea.
What sort of a person do you reckon will be using a hula hoop that fits on a basketball?
It sounds like
a little
sounds
monkey.
like something
a little dancing monkey hula hoop.
Sounds like something similar to toothpicks on an orange, but that's just me.
Yeah, maybe a finger hula hoop, right?
Finger.
If it fits on a basketball, you're gonna have a job getting it on. It wouldn't fall off, would it?
What are you going on about?
What are you going on
and
about?
the center point.
So that
It's
circle.
all it is the demarcation of where the sun's center of.
But there's more land on a
is
flat
at.
Earth,
That's all.
obviously.
Yeah.
You've got
That's all.
17,000 miles more, and
Why
that's
with
at
the radius?
equator. Yours go. Only gets bigger after that, doesn't it?
Why-
This is genius now, right? Flatzoid's bringing something up, and this is, I think, you know, when Anthony Riley was asked about the triangle, anybody's listening, this is one of those moments.
Why would the radius be different then, Sov? Why would the radius be different?
It does get bigger after that. It does
the
get
radius-
bigger after that.
The radius
Okay.
on the basketball and the radius on the hula hoop
Yeah.
are pretty much the
Solve the
same,
thing
but
is-
the hula
They
hoop's
are
slightly
the
bigger.
same. I didn't change anything except
Sol,
taking
you
it off
see-
of the fucking
All right.
hula
So
hoop.
if the circumference is the same, Sov, at the equator, then the
Yeah.
radius
You
should
see,
be
they-
the
Well, the
same too.
equator's not
Problem.
the edge of the earth, dumbass.
Okay, solve their problem is they can't distinguish the difference between
Their
a plane and a 3D object.
But it's the same place when you
Their problem, says Flatzoid, is that we can't work out the difference between a plane and a 3D object. That seems like a bit of a straw man.
Yeah, 2D, 3D.
Mm-hmm.
I would
The
say we definitely
difference
don't have
is
a problem.
a dimension.
Yeah, I'd say we definitely don't have a problem.
get
with
to
that.
your equator, that you're seeing the sun go from east to west,
Okay, what's it saying the globe's equator radius is?
isn't it?
6378 kilometers.
It's the same.
Do you hear that?
6378.
Yeah. Listen to it though, right? You've got to listen to this because this is vital.
Equator that you're seeing the sun go from east to west,
Okay, what's it saying the globe's equator radius is?
isn't it?
6378 kilometers.
It's the same equator you're talking about.
3963
The
miles.
same flat Earth
This is-
equator.
3963 miles. 6378 kilometers.
As the
Wait,
globe equator.
wait. Huh? There we go.
There we
It's
go.
the same.
It's the same. It's the same. This is bad, guys.
That's
you
a radius.
should have done this before.
Yes, that's
Jesus,
the radius.
man. What a shambles
That's the
you are.
radius. He just
There we
showed
go.
you.
It's the
Good.
radius.
No
There we
wonder,
go.
no
It's
wonder they're
radius.
laughing at you lot. No wonder they're
literally
laughing
on
at you.
screen,
You make the
Alderbear.
flat
Nobody's
earthers look
laughing.
stupid.
No one's
It's
You make the
laughing.
flat
literally on-
earthers look stupid.
Wait,
You're,
wait.
you're a
Alderbear.
shambles
It's
and a
literally-
sorry little bunt.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
I had to mute him. So
Yeah,
let's
he's
put it this way.
panicking.
Aldebear and Bev is too retarded to understand it says radius
Well,
at
that's
the
Jesus
equator
will save
is
you from
639, which is exactly the same as the
calling people
flat
retarded.
Earth.
Exactly the same. Really? Anyone? Flatzoid has said that it's exactly the same. And what is exactly the same? Anyone? I don't know how many people noticed it, but I mean, let's play this out. 6 kilometers? Kilometers and miles aren't the same.
Oh
Flatzoid.
my
Oh
word.
my fucking god.
Look, he's putting his hand there. Look at watch Flatzoid's face here.
Same as the flat Earth.
It's the same. 6 kilometers? Kilometers and miles aren't the same.
Oh
Flatzoid.
my
Oh
word.
my fucking god.
Look,
They're the same distance as you, moron.
they're the same distances. What are the same distances? Kilometers and miles? Are they the same distance? No, 6,000 kilometers isn't
nautical.
the same distance as 6,000 miles.
Where did it go?
6,000
6,000 miles.
Look, it's getting really frustrated now, right? But Flatzoid literally thinks 6,300 kilometers is the same as 6,200 miles. It
Yeah,
says
he's got nautical.
6,200 miles there. Flatzoid, he's got it highlighted. Look,
6,300 kilometers is the
6,300 kilometers, right? 6,300 kilometers. I'll just give it a J, right?
But he's like convoluted nautical miles with kilometers.
No. Look here.
No.
6210 miles.
Miles. Yeah.
Right? Okay, so that's a measurement.
Yeah.
Listen to what that's the same as.
6,000 miles.
It says 6,200 miles there.
Deep
Flat
sigh.
He's got it highlighted.
6,300 kilometers is the same as 3,900 miles, which is the same.
3,900 isn't the same as 6,200.
You're saying if I travel 6,378 kilometers, it's not the same as traveling 3,963.
No, I'm saying 3,900, right, is not the same as 6,200.
That's because one's in kilometers and one's in miles, stupid.
Holy shit.
How bad is this? How can 3,900 be the same as 6,200? Like, what's going on?
I still think he has confused himself, because he was saying nautical miles and statute miles were the same.
Yes.
Like equals, right?
Yes.
But now he's convoluted in his own mind as kilometers being the same as miles, and it's just, I don't know.
But it says there in brackets,
reductive.
3,963 miles.
But he still argues with you that it's the same as this. Like when you call out
6,200.
Yeah, he says it's the same.
Yeah.
I still think he's got an area in his mind. He's thinking of an area, not a number to it, but an actual area.
Yeah. Whatever, but
and the equator represents half of his flat Earth at least, and it goes beyond miles.
His understanding of measurements, and maths is it's
that mathematical equals sign, right? That's what's confused him.
It's one thing to say nautical miles and statute miles equal. That's one thing to do that, but then it's another thing to start going into bringing kilometers into it. Now it's like kilometers and miles, not the same.
No, this is the 6,300 kilometers is the same as 3,963 miles, right? They're the same, and the nautical miles and the 6,210, they're the same. But what Flatsoid's making the problem is that he thinks that because these two things over here are the same and these two things over here are the same, that you can then say, well, these two things over here and these two things over here are the same.
Holy
shit. They're not.
Yeah, no.
Like, that's a terrible mistake for Flatsoid to be making. And nobody else with Sov or anybody else on his panel is pointing this out to him. Now, they're going to blame...
see it either.
But they're going to blame me and Elderbear for triggering Flatsoid into doing this. This cannot be Flatsoid's mistake or ignorance or stupidity or whatever. It will be mine and Elderbear's fault that Flatsoid's done this. Because how can Flatsoid tell anybody that they're the same? Like, what the fuck's he talking about? And he's never going to get anybody to tell him that. Because they'll just say that it's me and Elderbear that are the problem here. Fuck him. This is terrible. This is where Flat Earth is. You've got these people who think these things, that non sequiturs, are the same. Terrible. But listen, he's slapping himself in the face, saying, God, you guys are fucking stupid.
One's in kilometers, one's in miles.
Flatsoid wrote miles. Go back to your other one, Flatsoid. Go right back to your other one now.
I'm going to get a ruler quickly for you.
Get your other one out on screen, Flatsoid.
You got that
because
on screen.
You're
Quickly show
mistaking
him.
kilometers
Quickly show
for
him on
miles.
screen.
I've got Buster
in my
ear.
Show him quickly on screen.
Get him to put that thing
of
on.
measure on
No,
that.
it's like you can't hear it in this. You can hear it in the other recording.
I worried
this right
later. I
here?
was like, shit.
Where
I
I've got
hope
my
that
finger
didn't come
at
out
is
on your
1 foot,
cord.
12 inches. Okay.
Look, he's
Now,
doing it again.
How much is that in metric?
Obfuscate for us
Let's
a
look.
bit. So give us
Let's
a bit of
see.
time. Buy
I'm
us some
gonna change this
time.
over
Get your tape
to
measure out.
Inches. I'm gonna put in.
Flatsoid, go back to your other
1,
screen that
2.
said
I'm gonna say
6,200
12
miles.
inches. Okay, so
Come
now
on.
listen.
Be honest about this.
Hold on, you're about
Flatsoid.
to learn something.
Come on.
Okay, so
It is
12
recorded.
inches. Hold
It
on.
is- it is
12
recorded.
inches is 30.48 centimeters. Does that mean that it's bigger if it's in centimeters? No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that at all. In fact, it's converted
What
into
does-
1 foot.
what
Hey,
does
how about
Sol
this?
think he's
It's
doing here
0.00
I don't know.
zero
If you
three
did the
one
maths,
kilometers.
if you did the
Okay?
maths with
So
them
does
what they're
that mean
doing,
that
he'd be
if
way,
it's
way
in
off
kilometers,
too.
it's a
It's like
smaller
Flatsoid
distance?
thinks that 6,300 kilometers is the same as 6,200 miles.
Never said that.
Yeah, go back to your screen, Flatsoid. The one that says the flat Earth, measured flat Earth equator, radius 6,200 miles, not 3,959 miles.
Do you think that you're getting more if you buy a liter or
Took him
if you buy
forever
a
to go
gallon?
back to it.
I think you're getting confused here.
No, I think you're getting confused. I don't think
I'm
you
not
understand
confused
that
at all.
that
I know.
it doesn't matter.
I've
Your
actually worked this
listen,
argument
listen,
out.
listen.
Right?
Shut
I'm
the
the
fuck
one with
up
an
for a
argument.
second. God damn, you're an irritating little bastard. The equator, okay, is only the place, the center point of where the fucking sun's traverse track is at between the two tropics. It's the midpoint between the two extremes. That's all. And guess what? It's the same.
Flatsoid's already wrote down
It's the
39,000
same
miles.
fucking
You
size.
can't get out of that.
It's
You can't get
the
out of it.
same
Flatsoid
size,
wrote
you
it down.
desperate little
It's the
troll. I
same
will keep
size, you-
talking over you. It's the same. I don't know what your problem understanding that is. The equator is going to be the same size. The only thing that's going to be different from what we have on a globe is going to be your Tropic of Capricorn. Now that will be much bigger than what is claimed. So I don't understand what your problem is with this thing with the equator.
Do that you don't.
I don't know how you don't understand how concentric circles work.
Exactly the same.
I'm just trying to point out to you that your flat Earth, your measured flat Earth circumference of the equator.
You don't measure
bigger.
those things. Hold on. You don't measure those things.
Bigger.
Those are
Flatsoid's just
calculated.
funny. Yeah,
Those are
Flatsoid's just funny.
calculated. They're not measured.
Are you saying that 69 miles isn't measured?
No, it's calculated. Do you think somebody walked and counted their steps or used a wheel or something?
Fucking hell. It's like, yes, it's definitely measured. How can it not be measured? 69 miles. How can they calculate that? From what, Sov? It's so far. They're so far out and so far behind any geometric understanding of anything. Terrible. It's a shame. Who are flat earthers? They've got leading. If this is what they've got leading them, then they're fucked. They're gone. You might as well say goodbye. Because Nathan Oakley's writing the Flat Earth reference book. And this is their measured flat proof. This very thing. Flatsoid thinks they're the same. We've been pointing out to them. They're not the same at all. Make them the same if you want in your mind. But at least have the courtesy of being honest to say that these numbers aren't the fucking same. Measured the land, yes.
No,
Yes,
they measured.
if they
They
measured the
used
land, they mapped the
observation
land.
and
In the UK, we
calculation.
definitely
No,
did.
no, 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 no. They used observation and
First order
calculation based
measurements.
on observation. It's not a physical measurement. You cannot physically measure any place on the ocean.
No, not on the ocean.
That's
on the
right.
land.
And how many thirds of the Earth is ocean?
How many times do you need to move 69 miles to measure an angle?
How do you know if you move 69 miles in the Pacific Ocean?
You don't. On
Yeah,
land,
you do. Yeah,
which
you
is
do.
already
Yeah, you do.
measured.
Yeah, you do. You
What you
do it
do,
based
Sov,
on observation,
Sov,
observation, and
in
calculation.
reality, you map the
I am
land.
talking about reality.
Then you He can isn't go talking about and measure
reality.
an angle to a light in the sky
Yes,
everywhere.
that's called
Then
that's
you
called
can
a
make
calculation, not a physical
what is a
measurement.
measurement?
Numbnuts.
What, a measurement isn't a measurement?
This
Measurement of an angle.
this is a fucking physical measurement. This thing
Yeah,
takes physical measurements.
If you measure an angle, is that a measurement?
I have to calculate that angle, don't I?
Listen to that. Like, is the measurement of an angle a measurement? Or is the measurement of an angle a calculation? Because it seems to me that Sov, in his want to try and construct a nonsense argument like they do, wants to try and say that a measurement of an angle isn't a measurement, it's a calculation. I don't know how. Don't know how the calculation works. It would read a number on a thing which would be a measurement of an angle, in my eyes anyway. But I mean, who knows? It's just me talking to Sov about a measurement. You have to measure the angle.
You calculate.
You don't calculate it.
Okay, well, how do you
measure it.
measure? Let me ask you something. How do you measure something you can't physically touch?
What, an angle?
There
get
you
an
go.
angle measuring
And so is
tool.
that angle really there, or is it a perceived line of sight to an object?
Oh, come on. You've got to see the humility in this. I mean, come on. And it's an angle, for fuck's sake. It's an angle measurement.
It's a perceived line of sight to an object.
Okay,
the
so
line,
measurement
the
of an angle.
line,
So
the
Bev,
line,
let's try this
the
again
line is
quickly.
not really there.
Let's try this again quickly because I really have to go sleep, guys.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think I'd sleep well. Flat
so
side.
Bev,
Try and
so
forget
Bev-
about this, right?
why? You're the one that doesn't understand that nautical miles is the same distance as statute miles, which is the same distance as kilometers. They're just units. These are all the same distances.
Look, he's still trying to say that 6,300 kilometers is the same as 6,200 miles. So dishonest. And if he can do that with those numbers so blatantly, like, what has he been doing in all of his discussions with everybody previous? If the guy's delusional and can't notice that these numbers are different. Yeah, but this is bad.
Yeah, but fine.
I already knew whether the bit when he was saying that surveying was an angle. The vertical height measurement was an angle.
The same
Your
distance.
circumference of 39,000 miles isn't the same as the claimed one on the globe.
Is 2 pints of paint the same as 2
That's
litres of
not
paint?
the claimed circumference of the equator on the globe, Flatside.
Is cutting a piece of timber 60 inches the same as a piece of timber 60 centimetres?
Just try Googling it now. What is the claimed circumference of the equator on the globe?
24,000.
right?
Miles.
And now 24,000. Did you hear that? And he's got 39,000. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd say they are not the same. But listen to this. Now, is 25,000? Yeah, is 24,000 anything like 39,000? You can't just be realizing.
You haven't
it
just
now.
clicked, have you? And you're trying to say we're stupid.
We've
Come on,
been trying
man.
to tell you this for years.
All the same distances.
Been telling
It's
you for
not
years.
the same distance. Holy
Come on,
shit,
man.
Flatside.
Come on, Flatside.
The same distances.
I know it's embarrassing.
Says it's the same distance, literally. Thinks 24,000 miles is the same as 39,000 miles. Or, right, he doesn't actually think that, but he thinks that because he can say it is, he can come out on top and he can fool his audience into thinking they are the same. Or he wants everybody to know how delusional he is. One or the other, I don't know. Make your own mind up. Well, you know, like, depends what sort of position you give Flatside. But I'll just go back there. 2 J's. 3. And listen.
1,000.
Right,
miles.
and now is
25,000
25,000. Yeah, is 24,000 anything like 39,000? You can't just be realizing.
You haven't just
now.
clicked, have you? And you're trying to say we're stupid.
We've
Come
been
on,
trying
man.
to tell you this for years.
All the same distances.
Been telling
It's
you for
not
years.
the same distance. Holy
Come on,
shit,
man.
Flatside.
Come on, Flatside.
The same distances.
I know it's embarrassing in front of your audience and all, but
Not
Jeez,
embarrassing.
man.
You guys think it's not. It's just literally units.
Yeah, but you said your kilometers were the same as miles. What about that? You said that
6,000
to the public.
6,283.6 kilometers is the same as 3,945 miles, which is the same as 33,929 nautical miles, correct?
But it's not
All the same distances.
3,959 miles, is it?
What you should do is on your little spreadsheet there, write down what the globe radius is and circumference as well. Just so you can compare the two, you know, like, because like we have a reality, right? That I haven't measured it, but I mean, these 69 miles, they're claimed to be measured, actual measurement. And these numbers,
he switched it. He did.
Well, they seem to be correct. I mean, you look like a whiz at maths.
If you look at what he's done, like you guys have pointed it out, we already saw it before, but that 39,000 miles that, you know, we try to point out, and he switched it to the kilometers. If you go back, like, what was it like 30 minutes ago? He said that the 6,200 kilometers was 3,000 something miles. So like he just tried to. That's wizardry.
Well, no. Like he's still got it on screen here. This 6,210,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right? This has come from his 69 miles, right? But really, this number here should be 3,959.
Yeah, but he switched all of them,
which would make this one here 24,000 miles. But because this is bigger, this is also bigger. But he thinks they're the same somehow.
But back like 30 minutes ago, he was saying the 6,200 kilometers was like 3,000, you know, whatever.
No, he said that 6,300 kilometers was the same as 6,200 miles. But then he realized, because he thought 6,200 miles is the same as 3,959 miles. Because he thinks these are the same. He's been saying it all the time, and Sov as well.
Yeah.
They're just unaware. They've never, nobody on Flatzoid's panel or Flatzoid's himself, none of them have ever done 69 times 90.
Right.
And they've just assumed that that's the flat Earth equals the globe measurement, because that's what Nathan Oakley's told them. All of the models that don't exist are based on flat Earth model. So Flatzoid thinks he's just done a measured flat Earth calculation. He will end up with the measured flat Earth model, which is where the globe came from. But he seems unaware that the radiuses are different. Like he can't work out how come the radius is different. He's just calculated it with a measured flat thing. Not his fault. People have told him that. Like Nathan Oakley and QE have told him that they're all come from the flat Earth model.
It's his fault because he blindly believes the things people tell him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not, not what we try and reason with him. He's not willing to believe that.
Obviously.
So let's see now if Flatzoid has the humility to back down and say, actually.
No, definitely not.
No? Well, you worked out that circumference quite easily. You must be able to work out the claimed globe circumference. So I thought you should know these sort of things. Don't people get taught this in school?
This is what I told Sov. This is exactly what I told Sov. You guys are trying to wangle in misunderstandings.
No, this is reality, Flatzoid.
Between a
It's reality.
spherical circumference and a planar circumference.
A radius is a radius, man.
Circumference, yeah. The circumference.
Where's the radius taken from on a globe? Where's the radius taken from the globe?
It's supposedly taken from the center to the equator.
Okay. On the flat Earth, where's the radius taken from?
Circumference is the
From
same
the
on a
North
sphere
Pole
as
to the
on a
equator.
circle.
So
yeah, like where's the radius taken from? Well, the radius is
Exactly.
always from the center to the circumference, right? That's what the radius is.
That's what I'm saying. Like the radius is the same on a sphere or a circle because
And
it's all
Flatzoid is
based on the same
asking,
geometry.
where is the radius taken from? It's like, come on, Flatzoid,
Center.
you're saying radius. Like, that does imply center to circumference, right? I mean, how can he not get that? Like, but apparently, maths isn't one of the flat earthers' sort of best ideas.
Maths or geometry.
Yeah.
Obviously, either one.
Yeah, well, PT's come in. He's got the radius for the flat Earth. Yeah, it's there. They've done it already, PT. I mean, they've obviously not got as precise as you have.
the ones in 3 dimensions and the ones in 2 dimensions.
So they're different.
Ah.
Are they? What's a 3D radius in difference to a 2D radius?
Center
What's the
of Earth.
difference? If it's a straight line, it's a straight line, Flatzoid.
Yes.
So
What's the difference?
Oh, it's fucking hilarious, isn't it? What's the difference between the radius and a radius? Well, the one's 3D and the other one's 2D. It's like, really? It's just a radius. I mean, like, holy shit, Flatzoid. That far behind. I mean, it's bad news.
I get it because I mean, I'll give them some leeway because we went through a lot of.
Come on. No, don't give him any leeway. He's not just come to this arena. He's been in it for years. Like, you seriously can't get to this point after being in this arena for this long and not realize these basic mathematical operations and how different they are. Right? You'd have to be seriously unaware. Where's he been focusing his attentions on? The flat Earth, if he's not worked any mathematical geometry or anything about. It's just sad. Like it is. It's just sad. I always said this. I like even when I met Rumpus and talked to Rumpus, I did expect a bit more. And I've been, you know, I don't expect a lot from flat earthers or model afflicted or whatever, but I mean this is just about as bad as it gets. I don't think I've ever seen it quite this bad. And I've had Roger Ledwell trying to convince me that the sun was at his zenith at 4 p.m. Flatsoid's trying to say that a 6,200 mile thing is the same as a 3,900 mile.
What's the difference between the straight lines in the two examples?
The one is going from a three-dimensional object to the outside of the diameter. The
So it gets
circumference.
longer or shorter.
The other
So
one
does it get longer or shorter when it's in 3D then, the straight
You also have to
line?
understand your globe is based on pear-shaped.
Not
It's a
my
spheroid.
globe. We're
It's
talking
not a
about
perfect-
geometry here, flat
You guys are fighting for a globe, are you not?
Yeah, my
No.
globe is the real globe. It's based on reality, Flatsoid.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Reality.
Yeah. So
Make sure you're
solve.
talking about
It
reality.
doesn't have any physical impossibilities
So
that have never been reconciled, incorporated into it at all. None whatsoever.
Impossible to explain the sun
Solve.
circles
and the straight
Solve,
line.
you're a
You've already
carpenter,
said
Solve,
that.
right? Solve, you're
What?
a carpenter. You're a
Yeah.
carpenter. Right,
Mhm.
when you cut a piece of timber that's 60 inches long. And I want you to cut a piece of timber that's 60 centimeters long. Are they both the same?
No, of course not.
No. And neither is kilometers or miles.
I know that. That's what I was trying to explain
Right.
to you.
Yeah, but
That's why nautical
3959.
miles. That's why nautical miles and statute miles are not the same.
So 3959 is not 6210.
What are you talking about?
The radius. Oh, fucking hell. What are you talking about? Like, has he been listening to the same conversation that we've just been having with Flatside? Or has he been too busy measuring Siggy buckets with his tape measure?
People only hear what they want to hear.
Yes.
The radius of the globe is
Radius of the
3959.
equator?
The radius of your flat Earth is
Well,
6210.
you think the equator is the radius of the Earth. It's not.
Okay, I'm going to explain.
No.
The equator of the Earth. What?
That's the area. That's what I mean. They think that their radius goes miles and miles and miles beyond there. So they just not seeing that, you know, when the equator has the same circumference as the globe, that the radius should be the same. But they think, well, we're only using half our radius. Where do you know, our radius goes way beyond
This is where
there.
it gets fun now. This is where Flatsoid really shows how little he's tried to work any of this out. Problems here. I think he quarters pi for some reason.
Ooh, the equator's the circumference.
Okay. I know where the impasse is with you guys. I know where the
Go on,
impasse
then.
is. Let's read it quickly on screen for you.
Put it on the
The distance from the equator to the North Pole is approximately 10,000 kilometers. So that's literally what we have. Okay, 10,000 kilometers. See there?
Yep.
Okay, correct. The distance is also 1/4 of the Earth's circumference. So what is it to get the circumference? Therefore, the Earth's circumference is roughly 40,000 kilometers. Okay, but it says, guess how you get this distance? To find the distance from the equator to the North Pole, you divide the Earth's circumference by 4.
How'd you get the circumference? How does he get the circumference from his 6,210 miles? No,
because he's going on the ball from the North Pole to the equator.
Backwards,
on the surface
it's
of
backward
a ball.
engineering. He's literally got 6,210 miles from doing 69 times 90. That's where he got the number from. Now, he's going to backtrack that from the globe and say it's a quarter of the globe circumference.
Yeah, and he's calling that a radius.
That's the flat Earth radius.
Yeah, but from the North Pole physically on a curve, on a quarter of the ball.
Yeah. He thinks that the flat Earth radius is a quarter of the globe circumference.
Yes, exactly. And that's how he's saying that it's the same.
Yeah.
And that because it's 4 by 4, that's how he figured out.
Yeah. He can't see the, like, he's measured it 69 times 90, right, in order to get the number. But now, for some reason, because he's Googled it and he's found where our impasse is, amazingly, he's gone and found the globe circumference without actually calculating it from the original radius. That isn't the radius that he's calculated, and he's backtracked it to a quarter of the fucking globe circumference. That's amazing.
Now he's using the globe.
Now he's using the globe to find the flat Earth radius with a quarter of a circumference. That's genius. I mean, that's how flat earthers do this shit. Right? If you want a professional flat earther to come in and sort this shit out, then here he comes. Maybe that's where he meant, where all of the flat earth measurements come from all of the globe measurements come from the flat earth, except you have to find the flat earth measurements from the globe. Like, it's always, they use each other, friendly, like.
Oh, is that maybe why it gets to that distance?
Look,
what is divided by 4 of 40,000 kilometers?
What is divided by 4?
Get out your.
Oh, does that come up to 5,400 nautical miles?
No, it comes out
like
as
the
10
flat Earth.
kilometers.
Oh, because you didn't know that you have to divide it by 4.
Like, I was listening to this, and I don't think I was looking at the screen so much.
Yeah, I was.
And I was wondering, why is he dividing it by 4? What's he doing? But it's obvious now. It's just, of course, you just divide the circumference by 4 to get the radius.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, how's he doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want the flat Earth radius, you just get the globe circumference and divide it by 4, of course. Yeah, division by 4.
Because it is.
Why are we dividing by 4?
Because of pi.
Because of pi. What? It's like, oh, come on. Now you are definitely making this shit up, right? Come on. Like, flat earthers out there, like, don't believe what this guy's doing. Like, don't ever take any of this into debate anywhere. Think you can pass it off. I mean, Nathan Oakley might want to put it in his book.
That's exactly the same as Nathan Oakley's numbers. We tried to talk to him about it, a while ago. It'd been banned, and blocked out in all sorts of channels, 24/7. And this is the reason why 24/7 really can't have him around, because of these numbers. I've heard him talk about it and say that, he doesn't have any verifiable data for what he claims. And there's massive holes in his Sextant argument. And they can buy that. And then having to move, TFE has changed all that. They're having to move to a different model, the 2-pole flat Earth model. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that's where they're having to go, trying to salvage something out of all of this loss of measurements and you know, the 2 points of rotation. They're trying to make something out of it. So oh yeah, we knew that all along.
And then you've got Jaren
Just writing
making
a whole new narrative.
arguments.
Yeah, I mean that's epic.
Yeah, Jaren's making
Because the
arguments,
glow,
and
you
flat
know,
earthers are just coming up with nonsense, dividing things by 4 because of pi.
yeah, because certainly the 24/7 lot have been, you know, saying, come forward, you globers, with your logical syllogism, present us a logical syllogism, and they don't have one for flat Earth. And now there is one. There's Jaren's. Whether it's good or not, there is one to present as an argument. And yeah, that's going to change things quite a lot. So I think the whole arena is having to change. There's a whole lot of turmoil about what can be saying more in public. And they know that, so that's why they don't want people to ask those questions, because it's embarrassing for them.
Yeah, the only place you
Find
can talk
themselves
about
in
these sort of
quandaries.
things is here. There'll be nowhere else. And I know we've got PT in the chat there. PT can't talk about this sort of shit either.
Been trying to ask Oakley and you two, and in 24/7 people over there, and you know they just can't do it. They say there's all these measurements. They've been saying this stuff, measure the flat Earth, you know, and Polaris and 69 miles, and they've all been saying it. Now they're denying they ever said it. It doesn't exist. Now they're having to worry about whether whether they can actually prove the equator or not. Very difficult situation.
Well, I thought the equator was just where you couldn't measure an angle to a light in the sky. But
yeah,
I mean,
but because of this straight line,
it may have developed a different definition recently, or within the false dichotomy. But I mean, that's what right. Or you can have where the sun goes above your head in a straight line at a certain time of year. That's suppose another one that's allowed.
Vagueness. Yeah, and this straight line. I mean, which point of rotation derives? Where do you derive the equator from? Which point of rotation? I did ask in Jedi, and he said, "Oh, it's Polaris." I said, "You know, which is it? Sigma Octantis or Polaris that would derive the equator, the north or the south?" And he said the north, because we're more north biased. He said that was his opinion.
Well, does that mean that, you know, can you not see Sigma Octantis from a little bit to the right, for wanting to, you know, call the equator a straight line? If you go to the left, you'll be able to see Polaris, right? And then there'll be the bit where Polaris disappears. And then if you turn 180, can you then like walk a little bit forwards and then see Sigma Octantis? I mean, is that how it works? I don't know.
Well, I've heard, like Crit, who says, you know, how thick is it? How wide is the equator, in a sense? How far would you have to go? And because they haven't got, you know, there is Sigma Octantis, but it's very rarely seen. You know, they haven't got that fixed point of anything there.
But you do, though, at the equator, right? You've got the sun that goes over your head at a certain point in time, and then the other one is the star trails, where there will be a straight line and a counter-rotational circle on either side of it.
Yeah, but the optical appearance of Sigma Octantis is hard to see, isn't it?
Well, that's why you would have to go with the straight line, right? To identify it, either the sun or the lights in the sky, the stars. One or the other.
And
to denote the
if the straight line's a circle.
Well, No, the straight line's a straight
In which
line.
plane does it rotate?
If it's a straight line that returns back on itself, then
Yes, like you were asking them, did it return on itself? They didn't answer. If it returns on itself in a circular fashion, then in what plane does that one rotate in?
yeah, I know it's tricky for them. But these are questions that you're going to have to answer. I don't think they are.
No reason.
I think they could probably go another 5 years obfuscating and shutting people out so they never have to answer the questions. But that just leaves then nobody who knows any of these questions to enter that arena, and them to just talk within their own circles, I'm guessing. And that'll be like people like Roger.
There's no reason to not.
You might find out that within your flat Earth circles, you've got people like Flatzoid trying to convince you that 3959 is the same as 6210, and you might have people like Roger trying to tell you that they've seen the sun at their zenith at 4 p.m. Usually, people that are on that sort of level, they're in institutions for their own good, usually. But hey, this is a Earthshape arena. Anything goes. You've got to be equal opportunities. It's 2025. I think we've only got a few minutes after this.
Somebody presents something, some observation or whatever, then there's no reason to not look at it. Whether you think it's true or you believe it even exists in reality, stop you looking. Well, how would that work? Like the TFE, it's totally a fake for them, and for a lot of people, it's a fake. But they don't even want to consider it, just as something to consider. Well, if it was that, then, and we know it's a fake, but if it was that, how would that work? Would it work for us at all? Let's find out all the reasons it would work or it wouldn't work and work on that. They don't even want to look at it. They're so worried about hair and vaping and a lot of other things. And it's thrown them into a turmoil because it's something's been observed and something's been reported. But they can't look at it because they've got no way to come to some understanding or an explanation or where to put it. Where do you put it?
There you go. Right, let's have a listen.
Is it pi 2?
Pi is 2. See you, dickhead. Jesus.
Pi is 2. Don't know. Like I have to do a couple of J's just to get the full context here.
Because you didn't know that you have to divide it by 4.
Yeah, division by 4.
Because it is.
Why are we dividing by 4?
Because of pi.
Because of pi.
Is it pi 2?
Pi is 2. See you, dickhead. Jesus.
Pi, what pi? No, pi's not 2.
Aren't you guys using pi on the globe?
Spherical pi I heard is 2, but
so pi is 2 from Flatzoid, but you've just confirmed it for him. So.
If that's where you're at, Flatzoid, you're lost anyway.
Well, here's the problem that you're not understanding too is that this was a huge problem when they were trying to map back in the day because going south of the equator was very, very dangerous. People got lost. People had problems. The reason being,
south perpendicular.
Holy fucking God! Can you let somebody finish what they're saying?
Yeah, but since the equator,
I don't want to talk to you. I'm not asking you. Hold. I'm not.
Yeah, this is where Sov decides he wants to obfuscate. But yeah, north and south are perpendicular to the equator. That's where the straight lines are perpendicular. That's how you know. And Sovs wants to tell his little watch story.
not asking you
He's
anything,
done
and I will
mapping.
continue to talk over you.
He knows what. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the
Until I am
latitude and the
finished, I will
longitude are
continue to
straight
talk
lines.
over you until I have finished my point. Okay. So when they were trying to map this out, they actually had a huge contest for somebody to come up with a way to keep accurate time at sea. Because the only thing they had once they went south of the equator, since they've lost sight of Polaris, is movement of celestial objects in the amount of time that has passed. The problem with keeping time was the timepieces that they had at the time. A spring-loaded clock would start to slow down. A pendulum clock wouldn't work because the sea is always rocking the boat. And this is how they ended up coming up with the quartz clock. So everything that was done south of the equator was done based on calculations of movement and time of the celestial objects. This was a big difficulty for them to actually get it right, especially when you're trying to make it be a ball. So by putting these coordinates down on global coordinates and not having GPS that has automatic meridian correction in it, as we have today, sailors will often get lost and go to the wrong place because the coordinate system was not matching reality.
But the actual land, when they measured that, was like a direct measurement, wasn't it?
Okay.
Using
this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying.
Cardinal directions.
Okay, this is what I was saying, guys. The reason it's done is because why? The globe is based on a sphere, correct?
Well,
So
not the real globe.
It has to.
A sphere. Everybody knows it's not a sphere.
So that's why it's based in 4. So yes, our math is 100% correct. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but this is an arc.
Oh, you want to literally want to go and tell us our math is wrong because globe. No, I'm saying based on globe, our math is right.
This distance they're talking about is not a linear distance.
Oh,
it's an arc. It's a quarter of a great circle. That's what they're talking about.
Okay,
that's straight though, right?
Okay, let me place it this way. Do you travel 5,400 nautical miles to go from the equator to Polaris? The GP of Polaris.
That's what you said you measured, yeah.
Do you? Yes, you do. On a flat Earth and a globe, correct?
No, I don't know. Did you say a ground position of a light in the sky?
Oh my word.
What do you think north is denoted by?
Well, I've been told that, the Polaris is actually a circle of Polaris as well. I don't know whether you've actually ever talked to anybody about these sort of problems with the supposed claims. But yeah, you are aware that.
Wait, now in one breath you're saying celestial navigation is accurate, and now in this breath you're telling me that it's not accurate because for some reason
I don't know whether I've said that or not. So
you think Polaris moves?
Tell me this.
Well, I don't want to tell you anything. I ask you a question. Do you think Polaris moves?
People have told me yes.
I don't give a fuck what
there is a quarter of 3/4
or not.
There's a reported 3/4 of a degree. Yes. There's a circle.
You think that Polaris moves
1.5 degrees, apparently.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Okay. And this changes things how?
It means you don't know where north is. You've got a problem.
We do know where north is.
Where is it?
It's in the direct middle of the Earth.
Right. Polaris, then.
Well,
you go south. The direct middle of the Earth. There's a monad for SOV. Directly in the middle. Now, it can only be circular, right? For the center point directly in the middle.
Yep.
Okay.
You right out
from the
right.
So guys, I'm sorry, but I have to go sleep. Unfortunately, I've got work in a few hours.
The difference is, Flatsoid, is that that Sov says that the center is the north, and that's a flat, straight line to the equator. And the one you were describing from the north to the equator on the globe model is on the surface, and it's an arc. It's not a straight line from the
And
center.
let me ask you this. Why is there no great circle routes that go north to south or south to north? The reason you think there's a circle route is because you're following the circles of latitude.
Latitude and longitude is straight
That has
line.
nothing to do with a globe. That's retarded.
Okay, I'm going to do this again. If I had to climb in a boat right now, and I need to travel from, let's say, the 20th latitude to 0, will I travel the same distance on a globe and a flat Earth to get to the same location?
It's reality, right? There is only going to be one distance.
It's a measured distance.
In reality.
You said you couldn't measure it over the sea.
Right. So flat Earth math, as you put it, is exactly the same as it measured in reality.
So you went to a
because
boat
you have a
and used the thing that you
misunderstanding.
said can't
Because you have
be
a
measured
misunderstanding
to get
of the
your
difference
example of
between the
how it was
circumference-
measured.
Because you have a difference of a misunderstanding of the circumference of a sphere.
The difference
compared to a
is that
2D
you're measuring.
plane. You don't understand. You think there are discrepancies. There's no discrepancy. It just shows you don't understand the difference between sphere and plane.
No, you are measuring your.
Distances are exactly the same.
You are measuring your radius in the center
Distances
of
are
hell, where Nathan
exactly the
Oakley has put the flat
same.
Earth, right?
Distances are exactly the same.
And the reason why it's a
Distances
quarter
are
on the
exactly the
globe model
same.
that you use to save you,
Distances are
Flatsoid.
exactly the
You
same.
use the globe to try and
Distances are
save
exactly
yourself
the same.
from the flat Earth
Distances
lie.
are exactly the
The
same.
circumference of the equator is
Distances
not
are
the
exactly the
same.
same.
The circumference
Distances
of
are
the
exactly
equator
the same.
is
We
not.
don't live in a
No.
circumference. We
The
live
flat
by
Earth is
measuring
39,000 miles, and the globe is said to be 24,900 miles. So it's different. They're not the same.
The only reason is because you're taking it from a sphere.
Yeah, but do you
And
think
you are
it's not
measuring
been
your.
measured in
on a
reality, Flatwood?
two-dimensional plane.
And
not
you
been
use.
measured in
Understand the
reality?
difference there. You
You
cannot
just.
claim 3 dimensions fit on a two-dimensional plane.
You just used a
You
sphere to
literally don't
validate the flat
understand
Earth,
that there's a
Flatsoid.
difference. 2
You
dimensions is
just
only
used
based
the
on
sphere,
surface
the
area.
globe,
3
to
dimensions
validate
doesn't
your
have, and
measurements.
guys have to talk this way because they wouldn't shut up for 2 seconds because
you
they
did
can't accept that it's the same distance. Thank you, Godzilla, for your $5 super chat. He says, "Get some sleep, Flatwood. This isn't worth it." I agree.
Yeah, you
Thank you
have
very
to
much
use
for
the
the super
globe to
chat.
save
You
your
rock,
ass.
Godzilla. You rock. I really appreciate it, man.
You guys are
Because
really
of this
desperate.
measurement on the
You
globe,
guys are
wow,
this
really
is how the
desperate.
flat
You
Earth
guys
is.
are really desperate. Your
You're
desperation, your
Same
desperation
You're
for
letting
the
the
earth
side
to
down,
be a globe
Flatsoid.
Same
Like you
is
did your
so
family.
evident
Same
right now.
distance.
It is so evident right now how desperate you are to make people think that they're on a globe, or for you to believe that you're on a globe. It's so obvious. Just in your childlike banter that comes out of your face. Ah, it's the real world. It's the real globe. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus, criminally. Can you guys
He's
ever
upset
come up with
about the real
something new?
globe, isn't he? You can tell.
No. You have lost. The globe has lost. It's
the man with boobs on his t-shirt is upset at the real globe. And that's only really because he's a flat earther.
The only AI you know.
toast. More and more people are coming to the reality that Earth is not a ball of water flying around in the void. Every
miles
fucking
of
day they're
prime
coming
real
out
estate.
of the woodwork, and this encourages more people who have thought that but were afraid to say shit to come out and say it.
Yep. It's not a ball, not a sphere, not a Euclidean spherical object. None of these things. The real globe is not that.
Major sport figures, political figures, that's getting up there. People are waking up. Your globe is toast. It's history. No one believes it anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have to believe it. You can know these things. There is a knowing. For anybody out there, right, that thinks that you can't know anything, then like just have faith in yourself that you have the ability to find a proof in reality. It'll change you. It really will.
Yeah.
The veil is shredding. People are not seeing the lies anymore. They're seeing right through
They're
all
not
the
seeing
lies.
the lies anymore.
Not just about the globe, but about everything else in their world. They're seeing the lies, their history, their science, their medical profession, the cosmology.
Do you reckon anybody's seen the bullshit that, you know, like these numbers are the same? Do you reckon anybody's seen through any of that tonight? Any of them? Fucking terrible.
Everything. And you know what else it's doing? It's bringing more and more people to God. It's bringing more and more people to God. It's bringing more and more people to Jesus. People are waking up, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Exactly. Well said, Sov. And that's why they're so frankly against reality, because it goes against their whole religious cult belief system. They can't accept
I think
that they're
he's
wrong.
muted us here now.
Remember, they forget we were there. We were also there at a stage. We were just man enough to own up to it and say, yeah, we were wrong. They just can't do that.
Flatsoid was man enough to say he was wrong, but not tonight when he was comparing 3,959 miles with 6,210 miles and saying that they were the same. But he's not going to sort of man up and say he was wrong about that tonight. Because he's doing this for God, right? Flatsoid's the guy that's doing this for God. He's bringing the false dichotomy into a faith-based religion and just causing division, really. I mean, I know he doesn't think it's lying, but I mean, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Somebody's deceiving somebody. And I hope it's not me, right? I'm put my hands up. If anybody does want to come in and have a chat about any of this stuff, if you think I've made a mistake, right? If you think Flatsoid deserves, you know, more credit, if you know, if I've misrepresented Flatsoid or any of that in any of it tonight, just come in and let me know, and we'll go over it. I'm pretty sure Flatsoid won't do the same sort of thing, but I mean, Flatsoid, this goes out to you as well. Any of you and your boys. Sov was speaking there for God, and you know how people are, the veils being lifted. Well, are we not doing that tonight? Are we not lifting the veil of the bullshit of the flat Earth? I don't know. Maybe not. You know, maybe we're trying to, you know, cover it up. Maybe the truths of flat Earth that you saw tonight, maybe they're the real truths. Who knows? Only you can decide all of that for yourself if you're still listening.
So yeah, at the end of the day, guys, the distances are exactly the same. Prove me wrong.
Holy shit. Yeah, I think we went over that tonight. Prove me wrong, he says. Prove me wrong. Yeah. I might have to go over this and, you know, cut a few bits out and put it together just to show where he's wrong. But I mean, I'm not having a go at Flatsoid, you know. He used to come over here and chat with us. Till he, you know, I think it was his third kid. He had to leave. And then he came back and he had this new channel. Yeah. Prove me wrong.
If I have to say 5,400 nautical miles equator from Polaris, it's 5,400 nautical miles. That's measured and calculated. You hate it, that's your problem. But like,
no hate. Nobody hates a number. Flatside. Is he all right? Does he have somebody to, you know? Does he have a pastor or something? Or is he his own authority? Is he his own god? I don't know.
Like I said, the only issue these two have is they don't understand units of measure is exactly the same distance, just a different unit. It's quite funny. But I have to go sleep now, guys. Appreciate it.
It's quite funny. I'd say it's not really that funny, Flatside. You trying to obfuscate. But, you know, I might have to actually make a clip of this, to be honest.
Hey, everybody. Solve, I don't know if you're going to have a show later.
No, not tonight, man. I got to work early in the morning. Got all kinds of little dumb shit to do. Got to put some...
Gods, it's not personal at all. This, personally, it's about the argument and the arguments that have been presented and the way people take it. Nobody's bothered about Michael. Michael lied to everybody about making a video about surveyors, saying that he had a load of surveyors that said it was measured flat. I said it wasn't. You only had one, and that guy didn't say it was measured flat. He said it was flat, but that he meant the horizontal. Fuck's sake. And I tried to tell that to Flatside. And that was the last time Flatside went off his head. Michael was trying to support Flatside. Like, he's just gullible. Michael wasn't leading Flatside. Flatside was leading Michael. Michael was trying to support Flatside and tell him that they had some reasoning that surveyors would say it was measured flat. Well, that's a load of bullshit, Flatside. The surveyors don't say that. And I said that to Flatside and I said that to Michael. No hard feelings. Those guys just, they blatantly lied to you. Not, you know, everybody says that I'm a liar, right? But those guys literally lied to you. They said they had videos and they didn't. I took a video from my channel for a surveyor and said that a surveyor that was saying something was saying that it was measured flat when he didn't say that at all. You misrepresented a professional. And that's why there's no professionals ever going to come into this arena. Because of dishonest shit. And, you know, people that know better that are also dishonest shit that have had to leave.
Hardware on some doors. I gotta replace a couple pieces of siding.
Oh, he's got to do some skirting boards. He's got to clean his boots. Put some plasters on. Right. Screen does look bright. Well, it's been a nice night coming back. Like I say, I think from now on it's just going to be me rambling, going over videos. There might be a load of conversations that I've had because I have been trying to talk to flat earthers about, you know, what's going on. What's the arena what's gonna happen in the arena if people like Flatsoid can't talk about the measured flat radius of the equator and the, you know, what about if people can't talk about the black swan? People can't talk about an argument, a structure even of a modus tollens. how you should follow it in case, you know, they might happen to look at another argument. How many arguments do you think we've taken off the table for any of these rooms? And what do you think those rooms are going to come to once nobody can actually talk about anything? I think it's a sad state of affairs. The conversation's going to have to change. It's quite clear. So if you're after, you know, listening to something new or whatever, they come on the level Discord server. You'll have to apply. We're in the process of becoming a community server on Discord. So that comes with some quite strict things. Obviously, we're not bothered about trolls. We're not really bothered about Earth-shape supremacists either. It gets a little bit old, especially after the years, and finding out that they don't have anything. They can't even talk about their own subject because they've got so little, and they get so triggered by anybody questioning them. It's weird. Considering it's meant to be their specialist subject, you would have thought they would have wanted to talk about it. Let me get some music on. Got something new. You already play that? No, I played Globe, didn't I? Right, here's another one. This one's about I don't think I can tell you, can I? What it's about. It's about an enthymeme. Now, maybe we'll come back tomorrow, but I mean, this is going to be a lot more logic stuff, and we are going to be focusing on arguments and specific points. I'm going to be doing a load about rhetoric. Now, I know that the people that have been in this arena are going to get far too triggered about what we're doing. And I don't mean to trigger people. So maybe this isn't for you if you get triggered. But if you do, if you're interested and you want to talk about any of this sort of stuff, then come over. Especially Sov, he's doing a number on the JQ. What's the JQ? What's the JQ? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, gods. Okay, a gap in the noise. This one's called. See you tomorrow, perhaps. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Words cut through the fog, a voice in the fray. She's being crowned, but they don't say why. Her truth's in the air, it's a spark you ignite. Shadows in your head where belief takes flight.
You nod to the rhythm, but what's left behind? A gap in the noise that's twisting your mind.
It's the pulse that's not played, the chord that's not struck, the truth in the dark where your thoughts come unstuck. Fill the void with your fire, let the silence unfold. The unset's the edge where the truth takes hold.
Lines carve the space, angles scream to collide. They meet in the haze or they slip to the side. You're told where the triangle locks in its frame, but the lines that don't meet, that's your mind's to name.
The axiom's cold, but its secret's alive. A bridge you don't cross till reason arrives. It's the pulse that's not played, the chord that's not struck, the the truth in the dark, where your thoughts come unstuck. Fill the void with your fire. Let the silence unfold. The unsets the edge where the truth takes hold.
A sign on the wall, it burns through your sight. No words, just a shadow that haunts in the light. A flag or a face, it's a story half drawn. Your heart feels the rest before reason is born.
The image is speaking, but it's never complete. The unsets the blade where your instincts meet.